meeting of Fitchburg City Council as a whole. I now call this meeting to order. Please be advised that FATV is conducting audio and video recording of this meeting for public broadcast. I ask that anyone else in the audience who is recording this meeting to please identify themselves for the record now by standing and stating their name and city of residence. Seeing none, at this time I ask that all electronic devices be placed into silent mode. Councillor Kuchar, would you please lead us in the salute to the flag?
I'd be honored. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councillor Kuchar. Councillor Kuchar.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Cragen. Councillor Cruz.
Here.
Councillor Di Natale.
Here.
Councillor Fleming.
Here.
Councillor Green.
Here.
Councillor Schultz.
Here.
Councillor Van Hazinga. Councillor Walsh.
Here remotely.
Thank you. President Zarella.
Here.
And Councillor Boschman.
Here, please.
So we have 9 members present.
Thank you very much. We will have tonight the first segment of our budget presentation for fiscal year 2026. And basically, without further ado, I'll allow the mayor and the finance team to proceed when ready.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening, our honorable City Council. I am pleased to present the official fiscal year 2026 budget for the City of Fitchburg, which breaks down as follows. General Fund, $181,515,682. Water Enterprise, $9,018,485. Wastewater Enterprise, $20,126,481. And Airport Enterprise, $1,100,437 for a total operating budget of $211,761,085. This FY26 budget reflects our collective commitment to responsible financial management. We are addressing challenges head-on while delivering the services our residents expect and deserve. Fitchburg continues to face fiscal pressure shaped by major, long-planned infrastructure projects, competitive contract obligations, and the same inflationary cost trends impacting municipalities across Massachusetts, particularly in healthcare and school, special education, transportation. Despite these challenges, Fitchburg is moving ahead with discipline and optimism. We have successfully reduced the structural budget deficit year over year by $3.2 million, from $7.6 million in FY25 to $4.4 million in FY26, all while avoiding layoffs and maintaining high-quality city services. Over the past year, we achieved $2.1 million in estimated savings through proactive health insurance negotiations and pharmacy benefit restructuring. $1 million in new annual estimated revenues through the adoption of a local meals excise and right-sizing of our hotel excise. $5.08 billion in total assessed property value, which is a 15% increase year over year, reflecting significant residential and commercial development across the city. And continued major investments in public infrastructure, including road infrastructure, the Crocker Elementary School, and the Fitchburg Public Library redevelopment. Fitchburg's strong financial stewardship is matched by strong legal leadership. Under the city solicitor's guidance, 8 of the 9 active litigation matters were successfully resolved in FY25, with settlements averaging 80% of the city's demands. Today, there are no outstanding legal concerns beyond those handled by Insurance Counsel. Legal services covering procurement, zoning, land use, public construction, and regulatory matters are now assigned to the correct cost centers for greater transparency. Immediate, proactive legal support is helping us prevent costly litigation before it happens, protecting Fitchburg's progress and ensuring we are well positioned for future success. Looking forward, our FY26 budget planning is being paired with our high-level 5-year financial projection, a very positive AA+ long-term bond rating outlook on our upcoming $18 million infrastructure bond, and the launch of a comprehensive capital improvement plan and a pavement management plan, ensuring that long-term investment decisions are data-driven and strategically aligned with Fitchburg's future needs. This budget continues Fitchburg's path of resilience and the road to fiscal solvency. As the CLA's financial presentation has shown, the City of Fitchburg has relied on one-time funds to balance our operating budget for many years. In FY20, $4.5 million. In FY21, $2.3 million. In FY22, $5.6 million. In FY23, $3.9 million. FY24, $5.5 million. In FY25, $5.9 million. The goal is to reduce that reliance to zero. This year, in addition to our funded budgetary balancing, we were able to reserve approximately $1.7 million in one-time funds for both immediate capital needs and anticipated plan needs identified in our upcoming capital improvement plan. We are stabilizing our finances, we are making smart investments in our people and our infrastructure, and we are positioning Fitchburg for long-term sustainable growth, all while acting as careful stewards of the public's trust. I appreciate your partnership as we work to maintain essential services, protect the city through strong, proactive legal representation, and take on the hard but necessary work of growing our tax base and fostering new economic development while meeting the needs of our residents and businesses. Our city's department heads are available to meet or talk regarding any specific budget details, questions, or suggestions you may have, or you can feel free to contact my office directly anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Zarella and City Councilors. I'd like to echo what the Mayor has just said, that the City of Fitchburg, to the best of its ability, continues to prioritize and maintain essential services for its citizens, in spite of fiscal challenges. And so I want to acknowledge and thank Mayor Squalia and all my city colleagues whose teamwork, along with your support, makes this possible. I believe that the leadership of city department heads, the commitment of city staff, constitute the city's most valuable asset. Once again, the budget package before you uses one-time funding sources to balance a $4 million deficit. Last year, many departments cut spending to help balance the budget, and this budget maintains those reduced levels of spending. Additionally, there are several collective bargaining agreements that have expired. Therefore, this budget does not contain cost of living adjustments for those groups. Health insurance, up 12% for next year, continues to be a challenge. However, successful negotiations with the PEC have alleviated the spiraling costs. As anticipated, the Crocker School and Library debt service begins next year and represents the highest level of debt carried by the general fund in recent memory. Finally, as is evident from the financial forecast prepared by Clifton Larson Allen, the delivery of city and school services, coupled with the capital projects, pension, and the alarming spike in health insurance costs, have outpaced the general fund's ability to generate adequate revenue. The next several years will be lean years and will require resolve and decisive action to maintain constituent services. And I'd like to begin with a look at the revenues. If you would please turn to page 4 in your budget book. This will be kind of a recap of the walkthrough you had last night with Clifton Larson Allen. The first revenue is taxation, which is we are subject to the 2.5 limit on increases there, plus new growth. Our new growth this year is $700,000, It's a lot less than it was last year because last year included an increase in the Great Wolf Lodge assessment. But that that's an estimate as of now, and that final number will be certified probably before September 1st. The reserve for abatements, we're maintaining that overlay balance at $950,000, which has been steady for well over a decade. The next section of revenue is the cherry sheet, our state aid. We had a significant increase in Chapter 70, $8.2 million. Along with that meant an additional $1.2 million that the city is responsible for to meet net school spending. The Chapter 70 increase, is $1.2 million less than the required net school spending increase, so that'll be up to the city to fulfill. As you go on down, unrestricted general government aid. Now, these numbers are all still estimates. The legislature is not finalized, and the governor has not yet signed off on the budget. So these are using the Senate's figures, which mirrored the governor. Let's see. So unrestricted government aid, we're hopeful will include a 3% increase, which has been, would be consistent with the state's commitment to the municipalities last year. Unfortunately, it's looking as if school choice and charter school tuition are both experiencing pretty significant increases of, a combined about 10% there. That's the $2.7 million in school choice and the $4.8 million in charter school. And those are the assessments that offset our cherry sheet revenue. On the next page, we have the local receipts. I know Sean discussed these last evening. The motor vehicle excise, we're expecting we're just putting in a small increase there because you never really know with the economy how that's going to go. We've increased the reliance a little bit on the rooms tax since we've increased that excise tax for Great Wolf. We've also included 10 months of anticipated local meals excise, and that was on the advice of the Department of Revenue. They said that would be a good starting point for estimating. Next year, we can estimate a full 12 months based on actual experience. Going down the line, the cannabis revenue is going to be decreasing. We've already seen that in our books. I don't know if the businesses are closing, but it's sort of leveling off. So we pulled that down a little bit. And most other revenues are, slightly increased with the expectation that, things will keep, to try to keep up with the expenses that are also increasing. But we are trying to be conservative in those estimates because we don't want to risk a revenue deficit. So we haven't pushed them too far. In terms of licenses and permits, fees. All of the departments are reviewing their fee schedules, and I believe some have already been approved. I know the planning board, I think the cemetery have changed their fees, so we should see some increases next year in those fees, and I believe the treasurer is looking at their fees as well, and the building department. Medicaid reimbursement, we do generally take in a good deal more than that, but it really can be a flexible number, so we're keeping that in a minimum increase, especially we really don't even know now in this environment what's going to happen with that. This is the last year, I think, for the contract with MedStar, so we go down to ambulance fees. And then with the other revenue sources, we're putting a 3% increase for the contribution from water and sewer enterprise. And we're sticking with the $700,000 overlay surplus that we've historically done, and that kind of offsets that $950,000 overlay on page 4. And finally, the available funds to balance the budget include $3.8 million in free cash and $450,000 of the $1 million we had set aside to stabilize the debt payments that are coming on board, to smooth those out. So we'll be using that $1 million over the course of 4 years to keep our debt budget steady. It won't increase. So this is probably the highest amount it will be. And as as Clifton Larson Allen noted, even if we were to push these estimates a little bit further, we could never push them high enough to offset the cost increases that we've seen on the expenditure side of the budget. So we're going to continue with our conservative budgeting. I think that's the best way forward. It does generate free cash, and it does keep us from experiencing a revenue deficit, which means we would have to raise it on the tax for next year if we were to experience one. So as stated before, last year, many departments cut spending to help balance the budget, and this budget maintains those reduced levels of spending. And the bargaining agreements have expired, and we do not have cost of living adjustments for those groups. So as we go through the departmental budgets, you'll see the limited amount of personnel increases. Now, I'm going to just jump. I don't know if there are any questions on revenues.
Councilor Green.
Jackie, can you just go over did you say just a moment ago,
Yep.
$3.8 million in free cash is what is needed to balance our budget right now?
Correct.
And then $450,000
Yes.
debt payment.
Well, what we had done over the past couple of fiscal years, you had voted to set aside an additional $500,000 for 2 years to then pull back out to sort of stabilize the huge spike in debt payments. So this is drawing down those monies that we set aside for this purpose.
Okay, in anticipation if things go
Yeah, 'cause the debt's
sideways in any
spiking
way,
so
we've
much.
got, okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
as of right now, we're still short $3.8 million.
Correct.
Does that take into account for the 1.2 million for the schools, or is that in addition?
Well, that's built into the budget, because you'll find that, in the indirect costs
Okay.
and in the line item to the schools. Yeah, so that's throughout the whole budget. We have to meet that target.
Okay, so 3.8 is our target.
3.8 is our use of free cash. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Giannatalli.
On the free cash usage, I heard the mayor say, she rattled off numbers of free cash in prior fiscal years. What wasn't stated in that statement is that was the total we had to use when the books closed, not when the budget was set up in July 1st. I know exactly why those numbers were thrown out there. When we had a budget presented to this council on July 1st, it was structurally out of balance by numbers way less than the numbers she referenced. That's just playing Monday morning quarterback. You go back to FY13. FY13 through FY24, we used a collective total of $7.7 million to balance the budget on July 1st. In 2 fiscal years, we've used 8.7. That's the number, because that is the apples-to-apples comparison in baseline budgeting, not what you finished at. I just want to make the public aware of that, because, and there's context behind why free cash was used above the July 1st number: school transportation costs, school contracts, emergencies. Very creative. I'm sorry, folks. I've been here a long time. The free cash reliance is unprecedentedly at unprecedented levels. Would you agree with that, Ms. Auditor, compared to where we've been the last 15 years on July 1st?
Yes, I would. I'd also want to recognize, though, that over several of those years, we funded collective bargaining agreements after the beginning of the fiscal year, so those budgets didn't include increases.
Collective bargaining agreements that the mayor voted for. So,
Yes, but they were not in the original budget, but
Well, they
they
never
were
have been.
funded with free cash.
they never have been. We have, okay, so that makes my point even more. This budget doesn't include cost of living adjustments.
correct.
And we still need $3.8 million to balance it.
That's correct.
And when I said last night to CLA that this budget is worse than last year's, and he said, well, it got more expensive, my whole point in saying that is, on the revenue side, we've increased the hotel tax. We did Prop 2.5. We imposed a meals tax. We raised fees. And we still needed the same amount of money to balance this budget that we did last year. Our structural deficit remained the same. Correct?
That's correct.
So the budget is not better. Now, I'm sorry, I am a stickler for statements made to the public where they're being told things are on the up and up. They're not on the up and up. We just heard yesterday they're not on the up and up. So as a financial analyst by trade for 25 years, I get very upset when the public is told something that isn't the case. We are not improving our budgetary situation. By the mere fact that our reliance on free cash is the same as it was last year after all the revenue jumps. So I remember years ago when we used $800,000 of free cash, some of my colleagues were apoplectic. But $4.3 million, not saying they're saying, my colleagues are, it's out of control. And I said last night, I don't blame the mayor for the situation we're in. I don't blame her predecessor as much as she's been saying it's his fault. I don't blame him either. And CLA confirmed that last night. I do hold this administration on how we address this. So how do we justify to the public draining our reserves by 92%, leaving $300,000 for the rest of the fiscal year until January? Are we doing this? Is this, we're just hoping for the best next year? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Because I'm not seeing anywhere where there's improvement.
Well, I think there was a lot of hard work done with the PEC. The $4.5 million increase from budget to budget last year was a massive hit, and it's going to take several years to climb out of that hole. And we've made some progress, and I think hopefully we're going to see that in the fiscal 27 budget with savings in the health trust fund. That will help.
So
it's not going to fix everything, but there are positive things happening. The fees that I've mentioned that have been reviewed and are going up, they haven't actually, we haven't had those collections yet, so that, and we have not estimated for that, so that we'll measure that next year when we see the results of those increases.
if the state DOR looked at this year's budget and next year's budget, what would they say about the use of free cash? What would they say?
It's not advisable. We know that.
And so I'm not being a hypocrite here. I know we've used free cash in the past.
Yeah, I mean, really, one of the only tools left is reduction in force, and I think that's something we're trying to avoid.
Oh, I know you're trying to avoid it. That's crystal clear.
Right.
We're acting as if we don't have a problem, if you ask me. I hear this number out there about $7.5 million. When you do budgeting, right out of the gate, your number's going to be the worst because you're making a set of assumptions without adequate information because the information isn't there yet. And then you claw it down. Every year this happens. Oh, we're off $9 million, $8 million. And then miraculously on July 1st, we're only off $3 million. It's not because we cut $5 million. It's because there's assumptions we made that didn't pan out, and because we go out to the gate on a worst case scenario, which is prudent, but I don't appreciate being told that we've made significant reductions from a deficit that I don't see empirically where that deficit lies. All I see as a deficit is on page 5. The true deficit that I base our strength on is page 5, that structural imbalance where we got to use reserves. I don't care what the number was before that. So this is unprecedented, this amount of money, and yet the reason why I'm upset is because we had to use free cash because of the Great Recession. From FY 15 to FY 19, we used nothing. And I see conveniently that wasn't mentioned. And then the pandemic struck, which is why we had to use free cash again. It's not a secret. Those two events aren't happening anymore, and our reliance is the same. I understand the need to keep services in check, but we're asking for trouble here, big trouble. And CLA agrees with me, the DOR would agree with me. And the last thing I'll say about this is, I am in the unfortunate business of getting asked questions every day by people who read statements from the chief executive officer on her Facebook page with over 10,000 people on it. And they say to me, Counselor, this makes no sense. How are we out of balance by $8.7 million in 2 years, but everything's on the up and up? I tell them it's because it doesn't make sense. It's not true. As evidence of last night's presentation, which to me is a blueprint to justify going after the residents for more money. Don't blame me. CLA told me to do this. So that is the baseline budgeting technique. 8.7 in the last 2 years versus 7.7 in the 11 years prior. That's how bad things have gotten.
Well, a $4.5 million in health insurance increase is a big part of that.
Correct, Madam Auditor. But again, that's not what the public is being told. I'm not saying that you're responsible.
Okay, all right.
But we don't have an
I'm going to cut this off here only because we need to get through 2 nights of this. There will be time for deliberating about the budget and about what we like and what we don't when we come back for cuts. In order to get through these next 2 nights, we're going to have to stick to predominantly questions and keep anything rhetorical for later.
Well, I have a question on the revenue number, on a line item. The landfill. In fiscal year 24, I was highly critical in public. I know that'll shock some people considering who the prior mayor was, but in public, I was highly critical of the prior administration and the former auditor putting forth a revenue number for landfill that was not quantifiable. It was grossly understated. And I ended up being proven right by the fact that the city miraculously found $800,000 2 months later to cover the difference, of which part of that was the landfill. Here I see the landfill budgeted at $2,267,200. Last year's budget, or this fiscal year's budget, is $2,180. So we're increasing the budget $87,200. Through 45 weeks of the 52-and-a-half-week fiscal year, or was it 45-and-a-half through 52 weeks? You told me, I forget. Is it 40? The Status E report you sent. Is it 45-and-a-half?
I think it was 45 weeks.
Okay, 45. So it's about 87% of the fiscal year done. Based on the burn rate in those 3 accounts that make up that number, landfill fees, Harvey hosting fees, and AKS material waste, we're running at a total projected revenue based on the burn rate of $1,913,000. So in FY24, the opposite was the case. They lowballed the number even though the projection was going to be more. Here we're projecting a number that is a lot higher than what FY25 is coming in at. And I remember your predecessor saying to me, well, we have to justify these numbers to DOR by using current fiscal year activity. So my question, Madam Auditor, is we're running at 1913 and we put in there 2267. Why is the number $355,000 more? How are we justifying that number?
I'll have to look at that. I don't know if the revenue account that you're looking at includes an adjustment that's done monthly. So I don't know if that adjustment had been done, but we gross up some of the expenses and add it into the revenue. So I'll take a look at that. But I also want to point out that this budget, these local receipts here, when we go to file the tax recap, we may adjust them because we need to. And that's why we do the conservative budgeting, because we're going to have room to adjust that.
What I'm arguing, though, is this is not conservative. This is overstating
that one line may be overstating, but I think there are room in other lines.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to make this number.
No, these are, I think overall, the 1.1 million increase, I think that is reasonable.
So you're looking at it portfolio-wise, not line item by line item.
Correct.
Okay, that answers my
I mean,
question.
these are all numbers at a moment in time, and they change as we move along.
I know better than anybody. You're not a soothsayer. You can't read the future.
Yeah.
But I'm going off of the testimony before of the basis for some of these numbers, and that number jumped out to me because it does not correlate with how we're running. It's $355,000 heavy.
Yeah.
So I would appreciate if you'd relook at that, please.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Schultz.
Yes, Auditor Cronin. I had a question about free cash that's been brought up. I was looking at page 3 of last night's report, and it looks like we pretty much used free cash almost in its entirety since fiscal year 2020.
Yeah,
There was $924 left over.
We usually do, yes.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering how I'm trying to figure that out in my mind about, when we use it. I guess it matters when we use it, but it's still being used, right?
It's still being used, yeah. I mean, the ideal is to use it for one-time purposes, funding our reserves as we do when we appropriate to stabilization and OPEB. Also, it's, capital expenses, purchasing equipment for departments, funding maybe design, consultants on new projects.
Like last year, when you looked at the DPW budget, there was all these capital expenses that were put in there by Commissioner Erickson that we're not able to fund.
Correct.
So, the free cash funds some of those things, but not
near
close to
enough.
what we need, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
But the fact that we have that free cash at all is, to Councilor Di Natale's point, is the conservative revenue budgeting and turnbacks by departments. I think we may experience a little crush on that in the upcoming free cash certification because the departments did reduce their expenditures quite a bit last year in order to,
So there will be more turnback?
There'll be less turnback.
Oh, less turnback.
Less turnback, I think, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But revenues, I think, should still be fairly strong. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Gianatali.
On that, so we will have effectively $334,000 left in free cash, correct?
Correct.
What is the plan? How are we going to survive from now until January or February on $300,000?
Well, the free cash goes away on June 30th, either way. We still have some money left in our reserve for municipal purposes that we could rely on.
How much?
I think the reserve for capital has $277,000, and the reserve we had a reserve to fund the schools, but then our new growth, because of the new growth we had last year, we didn't have to use it. So we have some one-time money there, and I think the mayor has. We do have several immediate capital needs that need to be addressed. There's also the ARPA funds are still earning interest, which we have some flexibility in how we use. So those could be used towards some of the capital.
How do we have ARPA? I thought we used it all last year to balance the budget.
We used the what had been certified as of June of '23, but yeah, there's ARPA interest on the balance sheet.
See, in the past, when we've used most of the free cash by July 1st, we took care of all the capital projects up front. Here, we haven't done that much. So my question still remains, even with maybe $500,000, I know the $300,000 will turn back and it'll go to next year's free cash. So I wouldn't even include that. The $270 in the capital reserve for municipal. I'm trying to understand. We haven't done much by. So is the plan basically to do a mass deferral of capital needs and repairs until we get next certification?
I believe there is a capital. I think the mayor has some capital improvements that need to be made immediately, and we do have the ARPA interest that we could use for that purpose.
Yeah, as noted, we were able to reserve approximately $1.7 million in one-time funds for both our immediate capital needs and our anticipated plan needs that are identified in our upcoming capital improvement plan.
Where's the $1.7 million coming from?
It's ARPA interest.
What happens when that goes away? Is that going to be here forever?
We would use it for one-time purposes.
But is that ARPA interest going to stay forever?
No, not until it's used.
And when are we projecting that balance to not be available?
Well, I guess the work that's being done now on the library that's picked up and on the water mains, once those bills are paid, there'll be much less of that ARPA money in the bank.
So the justification for this unprecedented use of free cash is based on a one-time source that will have an expiration date, at which point we cannot rely on that anymore.
Well, that will be used for one-time purposes.
Correct, but when it's gone and we have to rely just on the certified free cash, if we're continuing on this track of over-dependency on it, we're not going to have that 170 used for one-time expenses, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Green.
Just a quick question for the mayor. When can we expect to receive copies of the comprehensive improvement plan and the pavement management plan?
We're working on that now.
Okay.
I'm not sure of the date.
Okay. Well, will it be in this fiscal year, or will it be rolled out in
For
July?
FY '26,
Yeah.
we're planning for that.
Right, so are we, I know this is anticipatory, but like, are we receiving it in June, July, August, September? Is there any time frame on when we're going to get a physical copy of what that looks like?
Likely the fall.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right.
All right, if I could just ask you to please jump to page 42. I'm just going to review some of the miscellaneous and expenditures and employee benefits, and then turn it over to my colleagues to go through the various departments. So the first line item on page 42 under employee benefits is one of the largest contributors to our expenditure budget, the pension contribution. It's basically a 5% increase over fiscal '25. We've had a revaluation of the unfunded liabilities for pension, and it pushed the repayment date out one more year to fiscal '35. But there will be some relief in fiscal '34, where there'll be a 32% drop in this appropriation, and then the following year, there'll be another 82% drop in that appropriation. So at that, in fiscal '35, the way it looks now, after that, we'll just be funding normal pension obligations, which would be $3 or $4 million a year, as opposed to the $18 million. We're trying to stay on the track of like a 5.5% increase every year to get to that point. The system's assets are invested in PRIT, which is a highly regarded investment trust managed through the Pension Reserves Investment Management Board. And they also manage the Massachusetts state employees, teachers, et cetera. The next update to that funding schedule will be in 2 years. The next big line item is of course, health insurance. We are experiencing a 12% increase in the premiums this year. That was offset for the city by a contribution shift of 2.5%. So for the main family or the main active insurance plan, the contribution that the city puts in went from 75% to 72.5% as a result of negotiations with the PEC. But between fiscal '24 and fiscal '26, this line item has increased 38%. So that's where we've had like a significant structural hit to the budget. Most other of these line items remain fairly consistent, all the way down through general insurance. I'm just anticipating maybe a 3 to 5% increase in that. I think we had a good meeting with our insurance representatives, and I don't expect too much of an increase there. And if you go to the bottom of the page, we have our Monty Tech assessment of $2 million. And then the Fitchburg Public Schools appropriation of $90.5 million. That includes $9 million in transportation that does not count toward net school spending. So it brings that net appropriation down to $81 million. And our net school spending requirement for next year is $110 million. So that's where indirect costs fill that. There's a $29 million estimate in health insurance, charter school tuitions, life insurance, pension contributions on behalf of school employees. And that's how we get to the net school spending of $110,000. I don't know if you have any other questions on those items.
Councilor Green?
Jackie, can you just state again the increase from $83,400,000 to $90,500,000 million and change. Is that's all transportation?
Oh, the increase in the, no, it's, that 83 million also has transportation in it.
So the-
I'm just pointing out that the 90 million that we give to the schools includes transportation, but that doesn't help us toward net school spending. So that's a city responsibility.
So in 1 year, there's been a $7 million increase.
Yes. Well, there was a, yeah, correct.
Is that because we're educating more students, or it's costing more to educate?
It's because of the net school spending went up about 9 million. We got Chapter 70 of 8 million, 8.2 million for that, and it's up to us to fill the rest of it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
big numbers.
Councilor Cruz?
Thank you, Mr. President. What did you say the percentage for the pension would come down in 2034? What percentage was it again?
35.
So going into fiscal 34, it will decrease 32% and then another 82%. So I can give you the dollar figures. So the way it looks right now, our assessment for fiscal 33 is going to be about 27 million. The next year it goes down to 18 million, and the year after that it goes down to 3.5 million.
Okay.
So we're about 10 years, 8 to 10 years out from some relief on the pension.
Okay. And has there, I know it's a long way away, but has there been any discussions with the administration about setting up a committee to prepare to have that additional funds and kind of address some of these capital needs that we've been kind of kicking down the road?
We have the capital improvement plan on the way.
And that'll be, but that will be assessing those funds all the way 10 years down the line, not the next 3 to 5 or 7, but all the way to 2034 or 2035.
Oh, well, we have a 10-year capital improvement plan, but in reality, we won't have the funds to fix everything that we have. So, there's a lot of, addressing the immediate needs and working towards, the goals that are outlined, that will be outlined in the plan. However, many municipalities across Massachusetts are going to be experiencing this drop-off in pension payments around the same time. And we still have outstanding OPEB liabilities in the hundreds of millions of dollars range. So, we could also anticipate those requirements coming as well.
Correct.
So it might not be all sunshine and rainbows.
No, I don't anticipate it'll ever be sunshines and rainbows, but we can prepare for the rain, right? So I think to get sort of that long-term goals and that additional funds coming in 2034, 2035 is something that the administration, I think, should start considering now in that capital improvement plan, not just 4 or 5 years and immediate needs, but when these funds come to us, it would be good to be prepared to spend them and not think about it then is kind of the point I'm making. So thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Anyone else? All set.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Miles.
Good evening, councilors. So I'm just going to go department by department. We've done in the past, we've moved the legislative summary to the end, just since the clerk and council are present.
I think we'll just go in order this time.
In order? Whatever you like.
Yes, I'm sorry. Hang on just a moment. Councilor Fleming.
Yes, I have a question, and it's sort of a consensus on Miles. You did a great job presenting the budget last year. I have complete faith in you. My concern is why the chief of staff, who makes quite a bit more than you, is not here presenting this budget, and you are.
Chief of staff is at a graduation ceremony right now, so he's not currently available.
Okay, but this was the same thing last year. You also presented this budget.
I'm happy to present the budget.
I'm just curious why it's been 2 years
I kind of
in a
like
row.
him. I was asked to present the budget. I'm willing to do it, and I'm well prepared to do it. He's had a long-standing commitment, and we expect him to be here tomorrow.
Thank you. Interesting.
All right, so if there's no objections, I'll commence with the legislative summary, which is on page 7. All right, starting with the total legislative, this year, our requested budget has $669,172. That's broken up into various categories. The City Council personal services will be $143,000. City Council expenses, $25,200. The City Clerk, their personnel services, which is a city clerk, an assistant, and 2.5 clerical workers, will be $328,118. Their expenses will be $9,940. Moving forward to the elections on page 8. Obviously, we have a municipal election coming up this year, which will need to be fully funded with 78 workers if they're all ready to come. That's $73,214. The expenses for elections is $82,000. The next category are License Commission. The License Board Personnel Services with 3 commissioners at $6,200, and the expenses for the license at $1,500. I know we have our clerk here. I'm sure she's happy to answer questions, but our finance team is also well prepared if you have any questions for us.
I have one question. I think I mentioned this during the previous administration as well, or maybe someone else did and I concurred in it. I don't recall. But the requested column that we have here is basically artificially normed to whatever the mayor ends up deciding to fund, other than a certain narrow selection of capital requests, correct?
That's correct, yes.
The reason I ask that is just because I have, obviously in my role as city council president, I work very closely with the clerk, so I have a copy of the actual requested budget that the city clerk's office submitted, which in a few lines has some different numbers. Now, I understand, as I said, I raised this issue in the past administration as well, but I guess my question is, if we're going to artificially alter the requested number to whatever's actually being funded rather than what was requested by the department head, what is the utility of those two columns, the requested column and the mayor versus requested column?
Well, this budget has been available for some time. If there was any discrepancy that you came across.
No, I understand why it says what it says. I'm not accusing anyone of dishonesty or anything like that. As I said, I understand this is how it was done in the previous administration as well. I just don't understand the point of presenting it as though there's a comparison when really, with the exception of large capital requests, there's not actually anything being compared. We're not actually seeing what the department heads initially asked for.
Any errors that were in the budget that were put in by department heads aren't included in the requested column, right? Mm-hmm. Either minus or positive, any errors, and then really historically what the mayor's requested line column has been kind of those needs that are identified by the department that we cannot fund. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of the point of that has been historically, and we're continuing that to show that there's these needs that the department does have, but we cannot fund. For example, the building department has requested an additional electrical inspector. Because,
right, I saw that.
The requirements of the current electrical inspector are over the amount of the available time that he has. Mm-hmm. So showing that in the requested column helps to show that we need it, but we cannot afford to fund that in the budget at this current time, for example.
Right. No, and like I said, this was not intended as a dig or a criticism. I'm just questioning whether in future budget years it might not make sense to rethink how we present this, because it creates a sort of artificial impression, which I don't think is intended, that the mayor has given every department exactly what they asked for in 99.9% of all circumstances, which we know isn't the case, and which we wouldn't expect to be the case either. No mayor can give every department head exactly what they want in every circumstance. But I just wanted to make sure that my understanding of that was correct, and just bring that to the attention of the team and the public. I'm sorry, you had something to add?
Oh, yeah, if I may. I think in my experience in observing this being put together, there are two things that happen. Usually the auditor goes through and corrects the personal services based on the contracts or the ordinance. So that is done just as the mayor said, a correction, basically. And then the other piece of it is I think a lot of times the changes are done in agreement with the department. As last year when we asked for cuts and, people came forward and offered cuts in their budget.
Right, certainly,
Yeah.
certainly.
So it's either,
like I said,
there's an ordinance or a contract that we're correcting to, or, it's more or less by agreement.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm certainly not accusing anyone of intentionally pulling the wool over anyone's eyes or anything. I'm just saying it creates, I think, unintentionally a misleading impression that we may want to look at in the future. Councillor, yes, you'll be able to. Councillor Giannittali.
Yeah, I had the same criticisms going back several years. I despise this column. This column has absolutely no value at all to me whatsoever. All it does is give the impression to the public that there are cuts being made that aren't really being made. So you look at the overtime in the election and personal services, requested 4,000, mayor 4,000, and it looks like, so the FY26 versus FY25 number of negative 2337, that also upsets me. Because when you do baseline budgeting, your year-to-year change should be based on your baseline on July 1st and your baseline on July 1st the next year, not what you spent this year. That's been the case for years. I can't stand it. That it's factually correct, but it doesn't tell the right story. Let's say we budget a department, one line item, $10,000, and they spent $7,000. This document will then say that an FY25 projected correctly $7,000, and then they'll get funded the same number they got funded last year at $10,000, and it shows a $3,000 increase. It's not a $3,000 increase. It's an increase of 0, because they got 10 last year, and they're getting 10 this year. Doesn't matter what they spent. If anything, it's saying we're giving them more than what they spent. And that's when the light bulb goes off for me. Cut time. Not to punish them, but so I don't like using the word misleading. It's telling a story that's not apples to apples. And this requested column is nothing more than getting people upset, saying, here's all the things in the world we can fund that we have no prayer at all of funding. I'll give one example and then I'll stop. In fiscal year 19, the mayor made a post on Facebook after the budget session about the line item in the DPW account for road paving, similar to like you see in the elections account. She said, the mayor cut the budget by $500,000, and that page showed nothing in 25, nothing in 20, nothing in 18, nothing given in 19, but the differential was negative $500,000 because it was requested and not funded. And she said it was cut. And then I was accused of semantics. For the public's edification, every page in this book, if the department head asks for something that they didn't previously have and they don't get it again, it's not a cut. They didn't get it last year, it's 0. But I know why that was said. And so perhaps throughout this session, I'm going to use the same semantics and say how much money we've cut throughout this budget. Maybe that's why I'm hearing all the time about all these cuts, all these negatives that aren't really cuts. So, and I got a whole other problem with the projected column, because in many cases, the projected column is not correct. It's just tying to a number. If you look at the statuses and go through the project financials, a lot of these projected numbers, they're not real. So I'm glad the president brought this up, because that's a bone of contention for me as an analyst. It gives the wrong message. Not intentional message, but it gives the wrong message. If you were paid a salary of $10 this year and you asked for $15 next year and you were given $12, you were not cut $3. You were increased $2. So be mindful of that, folks, as we go forward on this. Whatever may appear to be cuts here are not really cuts. They're based on the actuals. They're not based on the baseline. It should be based on the baseline. Thank you.
Councilor Green.
So in reviewing the budget and the department heads and request, proposed, actual, is there a reason that some departments saw increases in salary and others did not? If it's, if it's a year where we're supposed to tighten the belt and nobody gets a cut, why are some departments requested and then approved to be funded for increases in salary?
Those would represent steps in the contracts.
Right.
So
So
there
all
were
of
no.
these are just steps,
There's
no
steps.
COLA.
No COLA.
So if a department
Unless it was most contracts have expired. So, yeah.
is our
there's no
city
COLA.
clerk currently working with an expired contract?
City clerk is in the department head ordinance. Yeah. All department heads are in the ordinance,
So
grades and steps.
no department heads are getting increases?
Unless they have a step. Right.
Was there a request from the city clerk for, in her contract and negotiation that her?
The city clerk doesn't have a contract. Actually, all department heads now are in the ordinance. The police and fire chiefs used to have contracts, but they've transitioned into the ordinance. So nobody, in Mass General Law, there are very few municipal positions that can have a contract by law, in the fire chiefs and some administrative officials.
Okay, so we're looking at a position that isn't going to be further funded or further any more money this year, and it looks like we're next year.
Yeah, as is the case with anyone else who does not have a step this year.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
The steps are two-year steps.
yeah, every other year you have a
Department
step.
heads.
Yeah. So there's a year on, a year off.
So should we expect or not expect COLA raises? So by
There are no COLA raises anticipated or in
Okay,
this
so there's
budget
no
at all.
COLA this year for any
Anybody,
departments?
that's correct.
Department heads.
Or any contracts, like
Or, yeah.
DPW, fire, police, clerical, all those contracts have expired.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Schultz.
Yeah, I just was wondering, one quick question. Does this amount of money for the election, does that include a possible preliminary election too, besides the general election?
A possible
Preliminary election, if we need
I
one?
believe it would, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would?
Yes. Yes.
Because it isn't broken down, so I was just wondering. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilor Giannisali.
I don't know how to have this discussion, Mr. President, without it coming across as a personal thing, but I'm going to say from the outset, it's not personal. But the city clerk was referenced, the pay. I raised this last year. I don't understand the pay scales in this city. I don't get them.
It's published in the ordinance.
No, I know where they are. I don't get the decisions made as to how they're arrived at those numbers. There are...
Well, people are hired and placed on a grade and step.
Right. Who places them on a grade and step?
That's part of the hiring process.
Okay, well, that answers my question. There's an inconsistency in department head pay scales, in my opinion. I'm not talking to you, Ms. Saw, I'm talking to the mayor. This isn't your responsibility. There are pay discrepancies, and the city clerk's is the most glaring one. There are individuals running departments right now that I will not name that have far less years of experience than she does, and they're paid more. In fact, they're paid at the rate their predecessor was paid at when they retired. I can't get past that. I said the same thing last year. Makes no sense at all.
Well, Counselor, I think you'll be happy to hear that we were able to secure through a program, thanks to the Mass Municipal Association, a cost comparative salary survey. Through 10 comparable municipalities with the city of Fitchburg. We are in the second cohort of this such thing. We use this same program it's called ARCS Ed, with the school negotiations, where they compared all the school municipality contracts, put them all into a thing to compare exactly apples to apples, oranges to oranges, how the schools compare through 10 comparable municipalities. So we were able to secure that for the city, and we are currently going through that cohort thanks to our Human Resources Department.
That addresses the going forward. I want to know why it's happening before that point. Because the individuals that I have in my mind came online less than 2 years ago. And someone made the decision that they should be paid the same amount as their 20-year-plus predecessor. The only thing I can deduce from that is the people who retired were grossly underpaid. Is that what I'm understanding then? They were grossly underpaid?
I don't know that it's appropriate to discuss.
Well, I'm not naming anybody. I'm not naming any positions other than the city clerks because it was referenced. But I know for a fact, looking at Leominster, what does Leominster's city clerk make? Do we know?
I have no idea.
Well, I know the answer. $125. Similar in service. 125. She gets 108, 105. But there are people in this city that are way less experienced and less service hours getting more. That sticks out like a sore thumb. And I'm not happy about it. And so if this cohort realigns the pay scales or the determination of what people should get paid, great. But I can guarantee you the people making the money now that's bothering me, they're not going to get a reduction. It'll be the next person that we hire down the road. So there is inconsistencies, glaring inconsistencies. Thank you.
Thank you. And, you know, I am not going to go on about this for a long time because, as I said, there is time for deliberation at the cut meetings. But I do just want to chime in and say that even irrespective of direct head-to-head comparisons, knowing what I have come to know about all that the city clerk and her office do on a regular basis, much of which is not transparent to the public, not in a negative way. I mean, it's stuff the public doesn't see because it's behind the scenes. It is a grossly underpaid position at this time. I know there are historical reasons for that, but it is something that we need to look at rectifying. And I know this is a tight year. I know there's no money for anyone, but I look through this budget and I do see some line items that are getting increased. and some of them are not ones that I think are as high priority as that. We'll touch on that at a later time. I'm not going to get into it, but I just want to say this is something that I feel very strongly about and that I think we need to address. And the reason I harp on it is because, unlike every other department head, and this is, again, this is not a knock on any department head, but every other department head is employed by the mayoral administration. And so it has that channel of advocacy. The city clerk is our responsibility, and most specifically my responsibility. And so I have to advocate for her as vocally as I can, because if I don't, no one's going to. So I'll let it rest for now, but I will be bringing that up again when we deliberate on specific line items.
I appreciate that, Councilor Zarella and City Councilors. We have a lot of very hardworking department heads and employees in the city, and if we could pay everybody more, we would absolutely do that. I mean, it would be my pleasure. However, we are not in any situation to start adjusting salaries in the middle of in the middle of the year during a budget crisis, while we're trying to remove our structural deficit, because, that does affect every single person.
I understand, and as I said, I don't intend to imply that any other department head is less deserving of consideration. It's just that they are not the ones that I am specifically responsible for advocating for. I have to advocate for my people, that's part of, as I'm sure you know, Madam Mayor, that's part of what it means to lead.
I appreciate that. Everyone here is all our people.
All right. Anyone else on the legislative page? Madam Clerk, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I just wanted to clarify that I did ask for my part-timer to go full-time. So I did ask, and that wasn't reflected here. He's now going to the treasurer's office. But there is a need in the city clerk's office for that 5 position. And I did offer to take a workload of the parking clerk doing all the mail in the building, because I'm their biggest customer at the city clerk's office doing all the mail. And I offered to take that job function on to make my person full-time. But I just want to put in perspective of you November, in early voting, 2,465 people came and voted in person in our city hall. 2,465 that my staff waited on in a 14-day period while they ran a city clerk office. Early vote by mail. We mailed out 5,900 packets. Now, they don't come all made. We have to make them. We have to label 4 times. And this is all stuff that the state, my other boss, William Galvin, is putting on the clerk's office. They give us reimbursement that goes into the general fund, but it doesn't come back into the clerk's office for us to function and do all of these things. And that was just in November, never mind the primary, the March, because we did all those same things. And we just need that 4th person. And I did request that, and it wasn't here. And my staff was upset that they didn't think I did, and I did. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
All right.
All right. Thank you for those recommendations, councilors. I do appreciate this being a more collaborative process than perhaps it's been in years past. Without further ado, we'll move on to the next section, which is page 9, the executive. So for personnel services for the office of mayor, it's 3 employees, the mayor, the chief of staff, and the deputy chief of staff at $259,941. Office supplies, expenses, fairly general office supplies, dues, subscriptions, travel and meetings at $4,000, bringing the department total to $263,941. Would you like to go one by one here, or do the entire executive first?
Let's go kind of department by department because the total executive covers a fair amount.
Yep.
Anyone on the mayor's office? All right.
All right. Moving onward then to human resources. I know our HR director is present as well, so if you have any questions, I'm sure she's happy to answer them. We start with our personnel services, which is just a director and admin assistant generalist at $168,996. Now, that's 2 staff doing a lot of work. That was originally, could be 3 or more potentially, but because of that, because of the tight budget year, they've limited themselves. They're taking one for the team, and because of that, we expect that there may be some additional overtime needed from both the admin assistant generalist. The human resources expense, that's at $11,400, meaning the total human resources will be $180,396. If you have questions for the Human Resources Director, Brittany Fish, she's present, or any of the finance team members.
Councilor Boschman. I got a question for the financial team. I think I have a misprint in my book on page 10. It's $40,625.50 for an increase.
Well, that's comparing to the projected amount. So there was a vacancy for part of this year, so that's why it looks like a big difference.
Yeah, that represents 6 months of a vacancy.
Oh, it represents 6 months?
Yeah.
All right, all right, just want to make sure I understand that.
Yeah, if you look at the FY24 actual, that's probably a more accurate way to view the subtraction.
Yeah, but I still have a hard time with it. I have a hard time with that number when you're going up from 70, I'll round it off to 70, it's another 30,000.
Is that a question?
That's a question. I want to know why. I mean, I don't know if I can do that, Mr. President.
You can certainly ask why any of the numbers are what they are. That's why we're here.
I mean, 2 minutes ago, you just told everybody at this counter that we try not to overdo it and we try to pay everybody fairly. And then one of the counselors brought up, well, I think it was the counselor to my right, says, well, I seen guys lower rate, get more money and only start a couple of years and they're getting more money versus somebody else. I have a hard time with that, and I'm going to be quite frank with you, and I'm not going to pull no bones. I know you're right there behind me. I'm not going to pull no bones because you're coming in front of us. So I'm not going to tell you I'm going to sugarcoat this appointment because I don't think it's going to happen with me.
Let's hold off on any appointments issues for now.
All right, but I have a hard time with that. I really do. I'm sorry. I don't understand. And I'll go back to my fellow council on the right. What they just said. When I worked at General Electric and they hired professional people with professional skills, they didn't pay them to the top. They started off low and they worked their way to the top. They had to prove themselves. I see, and I agree with some of them, not all the time, but I agree with some. We pay right to the top. Right to the top. There's no room, and we even pay more than the top. I have a hard time with that. I really do. I'm just a working man, and I look at these people outside, and we think that Paul Boschman and my fellow residents out there get a big paycheck, big checkbook, and write the checks. Just keep on. And we're $4 million, $5 million, $6 million in the red. I don't mean to take it out on you guys. I know I do want to say you guys did a very good job, and I appreciate you, Jackie. I saw you here many nights after hours, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. I drive by, I see. But I just have a hard time with some of the, Marcus said it, you said it, what goes on. We have no consistency. It's, if you smile pretty and you look good, you get what you want.
No, that's not.
Well, that's the way I look at it.
I can tell you, our department heads are paid at comparable rates currently to our comparable communities right now. Are some have discrepancies compared to others? Are some paid a little more? Are some paid a little less? That might be true. However, you know, we are very competitive here in the city of Fitchburg, and we are certainly not overpaying our employees, especially when it comes to department heads.
Well, I just have a hard time with it. So I rest my case. I just want you to know where I'm coming from. So,
All right.
I think I told you, Jack, already once. So I didn't pull no bones. So I yield the floor.
All right, Councilor Green.
Again, HR Director, in fiscal year 15, that position was $84,300 and some dollars. 20 years later, that position is now $105,000. So significant increases in departments have happened incrementally. And, you know, there's not a department head who's probably overpaid. But as a system, like the mayor has pointed out, as a system, we have to have some guidance on our matrix on how we structure pay and where they start. I mean, you know, where is the new HR director going to start in this chart? You know, I mean, I know that's up for appointment. I know there's a position coming up to fill that. So, you know, where do we start that position at, knowing that it's the assistant who now wants to take on the director? And this is just communication. Doesn't matter who it is as a person, it's the position. So where and how are we aligning that with moving forward, and how are we going to afford to keep some of these department heads, which are great at what they do? I want to keep them employed, but with a, you know, $7 million deficit, how are we going to continue?
Well, it's a fair question to ask. I will point out that the FY24 amount that was given to the director is higher than the current human resources allocated money for the FY26 budget. So she's not making more than the previous person who held that position, but it is difficult to maintain competitiveness with local private sector and even public sector jobs without offering, you know, competitive salaries. So it's a difficult balance to strike.
And I'd just like to point out, while we're talking about this particular position, our current interim HR director has a higher certification than our outgoing human resources director, in addition to multiple years of experience, and just a great job.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Councilor Gintali.
I am not. One of two things is correct. Either the people we were paying are grossly underpaid, or the people we're paying now are grossly overpaid. I mean, grossly underpaid to the people that left, or we're overpaying people that are in there now. There isn't a third option. And there isn't a small pay discrepancy when you talk about the city clerk. It's over 20%. But without knowing the decisions that are made behind the scenes as to where they fall on the matrix, I'm just speculating. But from a bird's eye view, I don't care who the person is. There is something to be said in municipal government for years of experience. Yes, there's education and certifications, but years of experience is probably number one. And it was said earlier about FY24, the outgoing director was making $108,472. She was in the job for 7 or 8 years. Now, I don't agree with my colleague to my left about, well, it was 80-something. I'm not arguing per se that these are over amount. These are too much. I mean, I work in the private sector. I can guarantee you my HR director does not make 104. They make more than that. I'm not foreign to that concept. But I can guarantee you that in the private sector, the person leaving with a lot of experience and bringing on someone new who doesn't have experience in that role, making about the same, doesn't make sense. So either one of those two things is true. The person who left was underpaid, or the person in there now is overpaid. And I'm kind of siding probably with the former. The people who left were underpaid. And they're not here anymore, so it doesn't matter at this point, but it doesn't make, it sticks out. It sticks out. And unfortunately, when we have these discussions, it sounds like we're attacking the people. I am criticizing the decisions that the city makes in their hiring process. I don't blame the people in those positions, but it doesn't make sense. And the last thing I'll say on the HR department, several years ago, I think it was FY22, and I pounded the table against this. I voted against that budget. I voted against the increase. It's actually been in a few departments. During COVID, we added positions. HR was one of them. Now, am I to understand that we're no longer doing workman's comp for the schools? Or we're not doing school work? The justification for adding a third person in that office by the former director was, and you might have been doing it, I don't remember, but work for the schools. No, work for the schools.
Yeah.
That was like an added burden, that was new. Is that still continuing?
Yeah, we are still managing the comp piece for the schools. I'm working on creating a better partnership between the school and the city when it comes to managing that, and I've engaged Jeremy Roche a little bit more in his team in, taking on some of that and managing some pieces of that because I just don't have the visibility that I need into it. But yes, for the most part, my office is still managing that process.
So your workload has not gone down?
It has not.
But you lost a person?
I wouldn't say I lost a person. I chose to not fill the position based on my focus on creating efficiencies within the department.
So you're saying that you don't need that extra FTE?
I'm not saying that I don't need it. I will never say that I don't need it. Right now, I'm saying that I can exist without it. Okay. In terms of just getting, doing my part to get the city out of the budgetary issues that we're facing. But I do want to go back and talk about hiring because it's such a tricky thing, and there are so many things that come into play when we hire folks. And it's very much a team effort. There are a lot of conversations that happen between the department head who's doing the hiring, the mayor, myself. There are guidelines in terms of how we hire when it comes to step increases. We have terms in our contracts that say we can't bring folks in making higher than this person, right? So we do have those guardrails in place. I get the optics of some salaries. It is a competitive environment that we work in because there's so much visibility into the salaries, right? So it does create a lot of noise. I think, from my standpoint, the focus is on being fair. Is it always going to be fair? No. But my experience in the private sector has largely been that merit increases and step increases are tied to performance. And that's a really effective mechanism for determining who's getting raises and not. And that's a focus that, I want to bring back. I think at one point we were in the habit of doing, performance reviews. And we have department heads right now who do it every year. They do a great job. They evaluate their employees. But we need to get back to the consistent practice of that and call it a merit increase rather than a step increase, right? Because you're compensated based on your performance and what kind of employee you are. From my experience, that's the healthy way to do it, I guess I would say. But,
Preaching to the choir.
But, I really think that it's tough because it hasn't been done that way for a long time. And I think, my commitment to just partnering with department heads and the mayor and making sure that I'm communicating across the board and being completely transparent, as well as, communicating with the candidate about what our challenges are and just being open and honest. And, when there's a strategy to making offers to candidates, and it's a sales pitch, essentially. I don't want to say that, we lowball people, but, we definitely are cognizant of our pay scales, and we try to start where we think is fair, but then it leads to a negotiation, like anything else. And when we have positions that we struggle to recruit candidates for, like wastewater, for example, we really struggle to recruit candidates for those positions because of just the licensure that they need. And it's really an industry that's struggling just from a candidacy standpoint, right? We have to make some hard decisions sometimes when it comes to pay. I don't say that that happens specifically in the wastewater department, but when the city has a real need for services and we need someone who's qualified to do it, sometimes we have to make those hard decisions, and the optics of it can look like we're starting people in higher than a predecessor. The other thing that we're contending with is the groceries are not getting cheaper, and people aren't taking jobs for less than what they can afford. And that's something that we contend with too. And if we want to recruit good people for the city and, make sure that we have a solid workforce that is going to be able to do the job and qualified for it, then, we have to be more open-minded when it comes to salaries. And that's just my perspective. I get the city's in a position where, it looks like there are some disparities when it comes to pay across the board. And, I'm not disputing that Ms. Vallada does a great job in the city clerk's office. I know she works hard. We all work hard. But I just think we have a lot to do from like a budgetary standpoint and just a strategic standpoint in hiring and how we're compensating and how we continue to compensate once an employee's hired.
So if that person wasn't let go in the office, if you still had 3 people right now, would you have relinquished one of those people?
I can't say that, if I wasn't forced to let someone go, that, just honestly, I wouldn't.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking is the audit department, community development with the conservation agent, your office with one more person, and IT went from part-time to full-time with their help desk technician. Those were the added positions in a pandemic budget that drove me crazy. Not because there wasn't a need, but because we were in the red. And in fairness, the council supported.
Yeah.
I put those forward for cuts, and they weren't passed. So when I saw your department go down by 1, I said, well, that's convenient because you lost someone left or was let go, and it's easy to not replace them because there's no pink slip. But
that is not completely untrue. That statement is not completely untrue. However, I could have filled the position. And I knew that, there were going to be a lot of eyes on me moving into this role, right? And I'm trying to do the right thing for the city. I know what I can do different within the department to create efficiencies and, move things forward, but just by sheer of teamwork, right? And leveraging my resources. So that's more where my head was at with it, and just trying to, see what we can accomplish just based off the efficiencies that have been implemented since I've taken over the interim.
Well, I really appreciate that mindset. It's encouraging to hear, but your department is an example of where one person was let go and it's not being filled for whatever reason. But there are several positions throughout this budget that are being paid for in full where no one is sitting in them. And they won't be sitting in them for several months. So when we talk about austerity measures, there are none in this budget. None. Because I'm not directing this at you. This is a general statement. When you're in the hole, 4.3 million, the first thing the private sector does is get rid of the positions where no one's in them. And we're not doing that. We're funding positions where there's no one there.
Yeah.
Hint, hint, for where my mind is at come cut time.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Councilor Schultz.
Yes, I just wanted to get some clarification on years of experience. When you consider hiring someone, you take into account the years of experience, maybe not in the position here with the city of Fitchburg, I would assume, and you would look at a competitive salary. So can you clarify that as far as years of experience and what you look at when you hire somebody, a department head or another employee?
Yeah, I think when, we're hiring folks, we tend to lean more toward candidates that have municipal experience because it's such a different world compared to the private sector, right? So we do tend to lean more toward that. And we are focused on bringing those candidates in who, their resume says they have the experience, right? And then through the interview process, and the questions that we ask, we determine, how we think the candidate would fare in the role based off, the requirements of the job and the conversation that we have with them, right? Sometimes we have a candidate pool that doesn't have experience, and sometimes it's because of the type of position that it is. Sometimes it's because of the type of licensure that it requires. Sometimes it's because of the pay scale that we have. And when we post a job at a certain pay scale, in the conversations that I've had just in my experience overall in the department, we really, work with the department head and the mayor to determine pay scale. And we're not shooting for the moon. We're looking at, what's fair. But we get in, sometimes when we get into situations where we're not able to recruit somebody who has the experience that we need to do the job, then we have to make adjustments somewhere else. Hopefully that answers your question. It's very subjective, and it's really hard to,
take, for instance, a human resources director. I mean, if you have a human resources director in the private sector, yeah, I mean, there's some adjustment, but I mean, if somebody's got 20, 25 years experience, wouldn't you pay them at the same rate you would pay somebody that was coming from a municipal background with 20 to 25 years of experience? I mean...
Yeah, there are those situations that absolutely happen too.
Yeah.
When it comes to my experience, I've worked with employees my whole life. I've worked in a fast-paced environment my entire life. I've managed people for more than 15 years. I've worked closely with new hires. I've worked closely with tenure employees. I come from a well-rounded background of just managing people, really, and that's kind of the cream of the crop when it comes to HR. You really have to know how to manage people, and I think you have to know how to talk to people, and I think you have to know how to negotiate, right? And I also think you have to know how to point out the value in a position other than the money, right? Let's think about how this is going to look on your resume, like you're doing this and you're stepping up and up and up. And let's talk about the opportunity that this is going to present you. Let's talk about the experience that you're going to gain from the role. And it's a sales pitch, like I just said to Councilor DiNatale. You really have to sell a position to people. And I think that's one of the things that may not have been happening, because it is like we're in this situation where we're very focused on the dollars and the cents, and we're not thinking outside the box.
Yeah, it used to be that when you worked for the city, it was the benefits that were so excessive compared to what you got in the private sector. So,
and it still is. From my standpoint, I was able to make this transition into the HR assistant role when I came to the city because I was going to be close to home and not paying so much in gas, and my health insurance was going to be better, and my medical bills weren't going to be high. So there are definitely still those benefits to working for the city. Just in my own experience.
As long as we don't keep reducing the amount in the health care.
Right.
How far can we go,
I think that's really just the world that we live in right now. We're not the only one that's feeling that. I think every company that has to pay for health insurance or provide health insurance for their employees is feeling what's happening with health care right now.
Have we ever, I don't know if I've ever seen it, but, I was in the private sector before I got into the educational world that I'm in now. But it used to be at the company I worked for, they would actually produce a booklet of what your benefits are worth to the employee. And not just the salary. It's all the benefits that the city gives to the employees. have we ever produced a document like that?
No, and we do definitely present our benefits to our employees during the hiring process. Like usually when we're sending that offer letter, we're sending the information about the benefits. But we don't sell them in that manner like we should. Like this is the dollar amount.
And it wasn't just the employees that were trying to come into the company. It was the employees that were existing. That
Right.
They produced this to tell the employees, this is really the sum total of what you're getting from the company for being employed here.
Right. We have to build value and why it's good to have a job with the city, even though you're not getting paid what you paid as a public servant. Sometimes you just get a merit badge, and you got to kind of move on from that. And it's tough. It really is, because like I said, the groceries aren't getting any cheaper. And
Just to add to that, I mean, our new benefits coordinator and payroll, that department, which exists within the treasurer's department that works closely with HR, they are doing an amazing job of improving the communication with the employees and the opportunity for employees to sign up for different benefits, and even expanding the opportunities for benefits for employees, many times at no cost to the city itself.
I would just like to touch on the benefits. So we realize that as an employer, we do need to start looking at benefits for employees and how we can kind of enrich what it is we offer. So this year alone, we're adding a legal plan, which is entirely funded by the employee. We're adding pet insurance. We are adding long-term. And we have a lot of different things coming on. We were able to get wellness credits through our dental program, which can go out to employees in the form of gift cards for step challenges, yoga classes, mental health seminars, different things to kind of enrich what it is we offer for working here. We're constantly looking at that and reviewing that, and the payroll and benefits team is wonderful. They have a lot of experience and they're really excited. We're also making more slides and producing more documents that we can send out to employees, as well as we're looking to enroll in an online platform for benefits. So there will be more resources available to every employee. And that's all covered through our insurance providers. So there's no cost to the city for any of those things that are coming along.
And of course, those things should be communicated to the public as well, because
Mm-hmm.
you are a public employee, being here with the city. So yeah, that's all good stuff. So, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilor Fleming, were you saying you're all set?
Yeah, I had a specific question for Michaela, but I want to go back to my original thought when we were talking about the HR and the pay scale. Last year, this was a big argument that I had with the former HR director, because I did my own research on pay scales in the area, and ours were completely inflated. There was a time, and Councilor Schultz already alluded to this, that when you worked for a municipal government, you weren't working for your pay. You were working for the pension that you got when you retired and the benefits. And somehow we got off track. And each time we hire somebody at the high end of that scale, you're talking about groceries for those employees. What about the people of the city who are paying for those? Their taxes are going to go up to pay for those increases in pay. And the other question I had was why we always start at the high end of the pay scale. For anybody that has been hired in the past few years, there has been a range, and they've always been hired at the top end of that range. And I want to know if that's going to change. Regardless, don't put a range, put a set salary.
Yeah, so we do, we have the pay ranges and then we have the hiring range, right? And I think communicating more clearly, what the actual pay scale is and, but this is where we're going to hire you in at. Is going to be important too. And I think, we just have to offer less money, and start from there with people and not just come in and shoot for the moon right away. From my perspective, I can understand your your perspective, but from my perspective, and just the past 6 months in this role, I don't feel that I've made those kinds of decisions, and I've heard the message from council last year about, where we're hiring people in, and I definitely felt that noise and was privy to that. So it's here in the back of my head. It's just not always something that we're going to be able to do in every situation when, as much as our citizens are, they're paying the taxes, they deserve people who can do the jobs and the role and run the city to the best of their ability and just really, maximize the services that we can provide. And it's a balance, because we're a real city with real budget issues. I just think we have to be mindful, and I agree with you. We have to communicate, more when it comes to hiring ranges and not hire at the.
Who makes the final decision of what the salary is going to be? Is it HR or is it the mayor?
I don't think it, I've been in situations where it has been the mayor's final decision. I think we were in a situation this week where we were talking about a salary and, it's like, okay, well, we're going to have to default to the mayor, right? And the mayor made the right decision. No, we're not hiring him any higher, So those conversations are happening. I value teamwork. I think it creates accountability and, making sure that we're working together and it's not just putting that decision on one person because it should be a conversation amongst the leaders in the city regarding pay. So that's been my approach.
As long as you keep the constituents in mind who are paying these bills.
Absolutely. I'm a constituent in this city too. I pay taxes in this city. I've lived here for 9 years. And, I feel it many ways when we have problems, the salary, the taxes, the health care,
But the people that are still working isn't a problem. It's the people on the fixed income. As we were talking about last night on a 2.5% override, it could be a potentially $441 extra on top of your taxes.
Sure.
That's a big chunk of money for someone who's on a fixed income. And I don't think that's ever taken into consideration. This is all about, let's get what we can get. Let's make cuts and work that way instead of raising taxes and raising fees.
Yeah.
The people who can't afford it.
Yeah, it's
so
really
that
hard
you
when
don't have to be the bad guy and cut positions.
Yeah, and it's really hard when you have departments who are understaffed and we've given them part-time positions and, they're coming in my office saying, I really need this person to do the work. It's tough. It really is. And, I try to stay focused on the big picture with that. But at the end of the day, I need a department to run too, so it's a balance for sure.
Just one more thought. If somebody loses a job in your house, you have to make those cuts to balance your household at that time. Mm-hmm. And that's how this should work. You don't take it from somebody else to keep your department going when you could cut somebody and still keep that department running. Just keep all those thoughts in your head and think about the people paying these.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. I have 3 more counselors in the queue, and I will get to you in just a moment. I just want to note for counselors, and I apologize for not jumping on this a little bit sooner. We're getting a little bit too much into the weeds of the conduct of the department here, as opposed to the budget of the department. We really need to stay focused on the latter if we're going to get through tonight and tomorrow night. There will be opportunities to talk about the business of each department at other times. And again, this is not, I'm not chastising anyone. I should have reminded us of that sooner. I let it kind of snowball a little. Now, in deference to the 3 counselors who were already waiting to say something, if you do have any questions about the running of the HR department, just keep them brief and I'll allow it because you were already waiting. But going forward with the next few departments and so forth, I'm going to have to keep a tighter lid on that. Councillor Boschman.
Oh, in reference to Councillor Di Natale on my right, first of all, back when I first started here about approximately 10 years ago, If Amy Green will vouch for that, I think Marcus was on here. You weren't here, you guys. There was a counselor by the name of Angelo Bizzo, and he talked. And when he talked, like we're talking right now, he wanted to find out why we weren't doing job performance on the employees and why everybody was getting a raise and nobody was questioning anything. So the 11 counselors sat here and we all wanted job performance done. 11 years later, what are we asking for?
Reviews.
Job performance. So it's like we sit here, we ask for things, and it goes in here, and you think you're me, it goes in here and it goes out that window, and nothing happens. So we like to see that be enforced, job performance, before we start just saying, yeah, you deserve, because we all want to be friends, and nobody wants to hear the word, that new word that I just taught my grandson. No. That's a new word for everybody. They don't hear it a lot. The second thing I want to
think that I tell people now.
What's that?
I like to think that I tell people no.
The second thing I want to ask you, does the school system have an HR?
Yes, they do.
They do. Then I asked my fellow counselor, Mr. President, I'll ask you that. Why are we doing the Fitchburg school system's work for HR when they have a department HR? I don't understand that.
That would be an executive level decision.
Huh?
That would be an executive level decision.
Well, she's working for HR. I mean, she's HR, and they wanted that role to get the third person.
Counselor, I'd invite you to speak with Superintendent Thompson and Assistant Superintendent Roach, and then our HR and their HR kind of offline, and get more of a fuller perspective on that situation.
All right, I'll do that. Then I use the floor because I don't want to keep everybody here all night.
All right. Councilor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be very brief because I do agree that I think we need to get back on track to the presentation, and I don't want to double down on the points that have already made. That a lot of them I agree with, the incoming salaries being a little too high, but I'm really glad to hear that we're doing a little bit more merit-based decision-making. When we were packaged in this tight little bow, this matrix, it was told, it's not going to be, it's going to take away the constant people coming asking for more raises when someone else gets a raise. They got a raise, no, I want a raise. That's how it was packaged. And to some extent, it did take the negotiation away, and it took a lot of our power away, right, to do merit-based raises. And I think we really do need to get back to that, and some performance-based stuff. And one final thing about the salary, and then I'll move on, because we've been talking about it a lot. The salaries in the city, I think, are competitive. But I think something that hasn't been said yet that we really need to consider is, in many cases, they're considerably higher than the household income of the city of Fitchburg. Right, the median income in Fitchburg is around $70,000 for a household, and we have many positions that are more than that. And so that's a point that I think needs to be made. I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Green.
Yes, this is just for public, and because sometimes words matter. So, looking back at a budget book from 2021, the part-time principal clerk in the Human Resource Department, that was their title, part-time principal clerk, $22,290 at the end of that position. Now that position has turned into something called the Human Resources Assistant, and last time it was funded, it was $30,803. So how do you explain a $10,000 increase in 3 years for a position which was called a clerk, which is now an assistant? And is it a matter of word semantics on what that pays and job duties? And
So I think a clerk role in that office functioned a little bit differently than a generalist, an HR generalist, which is what we have now. And the generalist and the assistant are kind of grouped together, but right now we have a generalist. We don't have an assistant.
Right. So I'm wondering, because we've gone from a principal clerk, what the position was called, to a not funded position called human resource assistant. So
Yeah, I think
Is it
that's.
because was it a clerk's position, and now it's an assistant position, and that requires more money to keep somebody? I know we're not funding it.
Yep.
But here again, it's $10,000 increase from when we funded it the last time to what it is that potentially could have, that was requested for this year that isn't getting funded. And it's wordplay, it's word swap. So I want to know how
Yeah, I
you
think over
justify-
the past years, the position has kind of evolved. When Bernie was the director, he hired my predecessor in as a clerk, in kind of a clerk assistant role. And the office functioned with two people for a long time. My predecessor moved into the director role, and then she had an HR assistant that worked under her, and it functioned at two people for a long time. And then another position, the generalist, was created, and we moved somebody into that role. And then when the third position was created, we called that an HR assistant. So there's been a lot of like back and forth in terms of titles, and I'll be happy to walk you through the timeline one-on-one if you want to call me and talk about it. But it just really has to do with who was in the position and what their qualifications were and what the needs of the department were. And it has changed. It has bounced back and forth a lot over the course of the past few years, but I just think we need to be a little bit more consistent in how we staff the department.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I think we're all set on HR then?
Been out for about 2 hours. Give a brief 5-minute recess to.
I was just about to say that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, we'll take a brief 5-minute recess and then reconvene for legal. Recess at 8:05.
Page one now.
Ready when you are.
Thank you, Council. Let's begin once again. Where we left off was the executive, moving forward from human resources now to the legal department. I'll just give a brief overview. We start with our solicitor and assistant city solicitor in personnel services. Obviously, the solicitor has been moved to the labor and mediation category, so that total is $71,443 for FY26. Moving to labor and mediation, we have the solicitor, labor negotiator, and a subtotal here of $338,600. And then legal expenses, the subtotal will be $75,500 for a grand total for the legal department of $485,543. Our city solicitor, Lisa Mead, is present. I'm sure she's happy to answer any questions along with the finance team.
Councilor Green.
So again, historically, looking back on the books, in FY22, city solicitor, $101,000. Now, 2025, now it's $162,000. So again, how do we explain that? How do we explain to the public how the department, even in overall, is up $140,000 from 2022 to 2025?
Through you, Mr. President, Councilor Green, I think that you have to, it wasn't a straight salary in FY22 or FY23. In FY23, where it went up to $103,525. The city solicitor at that time was also paid the administrative support office expense, a portion of that $66,000. I believe at that time it was probably $48,000 that went into his office as well. So he was paid that, as well as I believe that he might have been paid out of other departments as well, but I'd have to check that with the auditor. But the city solicitor was paid the administrative expense as well as the salary.
Okay, so again, I'm looking back. So labor negotiator in 2022 was $40,000. So, okay, add that to his salary of $101, that's still $143,000.
Not that one, Councilor. The administrative support line item is the one that was being referenced. The top line of the legal expense section.
Labor negotiating?
So, yeah, well, no, I didn't say labor negotiator. So I can talk about each of these if you'd like.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So the city solicitor in we can go to FY22 or 23, but FY23 would have been the last full year of the city solicitor. So he was paid $103,525 plus a portion of the 66, which I believe at the time was $48,000. So he was paid those two line items. In addition, the city paid for outside counsel at the litigation special counsel 21067, and various departments had their own other special counsel. But in addition, then you have labor negotiator, which is separate. That's a separate line item. That is not neither my office nor the city solicitor's office. The city has a labor council that they use separately. And so that has varied over the years. As you can see, the year before, in FY22, the labor negotiator or labor council was $86,000, right? And then it went to 28, and then the actual for 24 is 59, and the projected for 25 is 135. That's a separate labor council line item that does not work for my office.
So that's going to be in addition to?
It always has been in addition to. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Di Natale.
Attorney Mead, I hope it's understood by you and your staff that My criticisms since the start of this privatization system are not directed at your performance or that you're haphazardly charging us money or anything. It's, you weren't here before the mayor hired you during the debate discussions on what the expectations were. You see, I pay attention to what my colleagues say, what the mayor said, in selling to the public why we should hire a private firm. And I say private firm because this isn't specific to you. It goes for any private firm that we would have hired. The argument made to justify the privatization move, I'm repeating what everyone said, was that it would save the city money.
Point of order, that was not what everyone said.
Councilor, so, okay, that doesn't constitute a point of order, but it is a valid point. It wasn't what everyone said. It was what was said by several people.
The advocates of privatization argued, first and foremost, it was a cost savings measure, not the subjective costs that we will never see, because I know attorneys, they're doing things behind the scenes that try to prevent costs to the city. I'm talking about the direct costs, the objective costs, the costs that the taxpayers see physically on this document. And so prior to your appointment, the argument was made on the pro side, it would save the city money in its budget. And again, not your fault, not a criticism. It has not saved the city money in its budget. What the administration keeps telling the public is, there's so much money your firm is saving us, they can't quantify it, they can't explain it, they don't provide any evidence, because it's easy to do that because you can't call them out on it. So that's why I look at this, because this is what we all see. So in this department where there are so many ups and downs because of judgment awards, damages, you have to look at the median, not the average. The median cuts out those outliers. The fiscal year 7-year median cost in the legal department is, I'm sorry, the 5-year, I'm looking at my number here, sorry. Oh, here we go. Okay, so the 5-year median cost in the legal department under a public system was $375,101. In FY24, and I won't even count FY24 because it was a mixed bag because that's when you came on midway, FY25 projected cost to date is going to be $429,481. It is, yeah, so the cost projected in FY25 is $429,481 compared to the 5-year median under the public system of $375. So it's about $55,000 more money this fiscal year than last fiscal, than fiscal years 19 through 23, the median, okay? Because it cuts out the outliers, because those shouldn't be counted in the analysis. So in the first year of this new system, we've spent $55,000 more than the median. And now in FY26, the budget is going up from $352,000, that was the baseline budget in FY25, to $515,543, a 38.1% increase. So the budget for FY26 is $151,068 higher than the median 5 years I referenced under the public system. Those are irrefutable numbers, and they cut out the outliers. Again, not criticism. I'm just stating the fact.
Can I ask, through you, Mr. President?
Certainly.
Mr. Di Natale, I don't actually understand, because I'm a lawyer, not a mathematician, right? So I'm not sure about your comparisons. So you compare the median for the prior 5 years, and then you assign a number for the proposed FY26 that sounded off to me by about $100,000. So I'm not understanding that.
The proposed number, FY26?
Yeah, FY26, the proposed budget is $485,543, and I thought your number was a 500 and some odd thousand number, so I may misunderstood you.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, thank you for catching that.
Yeah.
Let me clarify this. So yes, it is 485, but I want my colleagues to also factor in, because this is new. Thank you very much for pointing this out. Like the city of Leominster, this budget now has new line items in the Water Enterprise Fund and the airport for city solicitor. You have to add those costs, budgeted costs, in to the legal department. For legal services, I'm not talking for me, I'm talking legal services. Those are new line items in this budget now, similar to what Leominster does. So that's $30,000 outside of this office for legal services.
Right.
So that's where I get the total of 515, 543.
Yeah, so that's great, and I'm glad you brought that up too, Mr. President, through you, to you, Mr. DiNatale. One of the reasons we do that, you receive our bills monthly, right? And so one of the things the mayor asked us to do at the very beginning was show all of our legal costs to the city in the appropriate cost centers. And it's my understanding that that's not how those legal costs were represented in the past. And so, in fact, our bills do show general government and those other cost centers that are enterprise funds that should be covering their own costs. And so we assign to the schools, we assign to wastewater, water, we assign to the airport, and then because the library is the project that it is and it has the funding that it has, we also assign those costs because there are other issues related to that. So we absolutely show those costs for sure because they are representative of the work we do and we want to be transparent, whereas it's my understanding that those costs were not actually pulled out in the past in those departments, and we wanted to make sure we showed those.
Well, just because they weren't pulled out doesn't mean there was no transparency or there wasn't proper accounting being.
I'm just telling you why we...
No, I know. And again, this isn't directed at...
No, but I think,
if this were any other firm,
it's important to have the whole story.
Sure, okay, well, granted, but it doesn't change the fact that it's costing us $515,000, which is $150,000 more than the 5-year median under the public system.
So I don't think so, because the thing that you're not comparing it to is what were the legal costs in those other departments at the time. If you're going to compare the median just in the solicitor's budget, then you need to compare the actual costs in the solicitor's budget. If you want to compare the actual legal costs for the city in those various departments, you should include the legal costs for the city for all of the years in all of the legal departments. That's all I'm trying to say, is compare apples to apples.
All those legal costs in those enterprise funds went into that account, the legal account.
I don't know that to be the case.
It is. It is. They all went into the legal account because there were no accounts anywhere in those budgets that talked about legal services or city solicitor. It all fell in this budget.
So I happen to know that the wastewater has special counsel that they've paid well before we joined the city, just so you know.
That was paid out through the legal budget.
I don't believe so, sir.
Well, I disagree with you because there's no line item in their budget that says legal assistance.
But it's not represented in this budget.
Okay. I'm going to stick with the 515 because I haven't heard yet you're incorrect with the total. Am I correct with the total?
I don't know. I haven't added that up, sir.
It's 485 plus 30,000 elsewhere.
I didn't see the wastewater and water treatment budgets.
10,000 in the airport, 20,000 in wastewater, or it might be, I might be mixing the two up. It's one or the other. The point I'm trying to make, Attorney Mead, and I know you're trying to defend your office, and I'm not arguing your performance. I am saying that I am holding public officials, some of which argued strenuously that this was going to save us money budgetarily and that we were going to be more in line with our sister city than we were under the public system. That is not true. Leominster's budget in FY16 is $237,000. Their spending over the last 7 years equates to a median of 181 compared to our budgeted 515 or a median of 375. My point is, and this is not directed, you restricted it, the mayor, some of my colleagues who downgraded my argument as formulaic or didn't make a lot. My argument was, this is not going to save us money. Budgetarily, it's costing us more. The initial budget in FY24 for the new privatization was, for the solicitor, was $62,400. We overran it by over 46,000. The initial budget, we had to do supplements. We overran it by 46,000. This year, we're trending about 11, 12,000 overrun. The total overrun is 55,000. This 162 is not going to hold. But aside from that, I am not seeing empirically what I was told we were going to see. That it's going to cost similar to what Leominster pays. I didn't make that argument. Others who advocated this did, and you shouldn't be held to that. You never made those statements. The mayor did. Some of my colleagues did. And one of my colleagues, who I won't name, said that I was being foolish. All I was doing was pointing out numbers. No one to this day has said to me, Counselor, you are incorrect in your math and your numbers, because they can't argue it. So what are they doing now? What they're doing now is they're telling the public, you guys are saving a ton of money that I can't see, that no one can see, and the people making the argument can't quantify, because they know they got caught, and they're trying to hide the fact.
We're speaking in a lot of generalities here. It's misinforming a lot of the.
So it's not misinforming anybody.
Hang on.
You know, orders in council as a whole.
Yep. Well, you certainly can have a point of order in council as a whole, but a point of order has to be directed to a particular rule or provision that's being violated. We're sometimes a bit loose with our points of order in this council, I've noticed, where we do tend to use them to basically mean shut up. We don't like the way someone's arguing, and sometimes I allow it, but I do have to say, as a strict matter of rules, you can only have a point of order if there's a rule being broken. I can't just say, I can remind the counselor, as I often do, of what the rules are, what to do, but I can't say you can't say that because it's not nice, or it's not sufficiently specific or sufficiently clear. So I'm going to, in this case, rule the point of order not sustained.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, because I have taken a lot of heat for my position on this, and no one can back up what they say about my arguments on this. Nobody. And it's not a criticism of the operations. It's simply pointing out what I knew to be fact from the start if you do the analysis. And it's also enlightening. Last budget season, if you recall, I put a cut forward to privatize the assistant solicitor. And it was voted down 10-1. Councilor Schultz asked the question right at the end before the vote. He said, so if we vote for this, will it cost more money for the assistant solicitor services? And the president said, yes, it will. And the assistant attorney said, yes, it will, because we were effectively billing her 4 hours, and she doesn't work 4 hours a week. So my argument was, well, if we're going to save a bunch of money privatizing the chief, why are we not privatizing the assistant? Because it'll cost 3 to 4 times more. Thank you, point made. There's no difference with this, the chief, is all my point was. So I'm going to keep saying this because no one can refute it. It's not saving us money. It's costing a lot more. And I'll close with this. The work that was done in the past may not have been as transparent in terms of what they were working on as what you folks show. And like you said, I see the bills. They're fantastic. All right? Great information to see what you guys are working on. But in my opinion, there was things said about our former solicitor that were a stretch. And I just want to keep reinforcing to the public who sat through all those hearings to keep their focus on what the arguments were made. The arguments do not hold water, no matter how much the mayor is trying to spin that they do. And so I haven't decided yet what I'm going to do with this office in terms of a recommendation, but I think it's enlightening to point out once again that the council refused to privatize the assistant. Why? The answer is obvious. And it's not like you're special and she isn't. It's the same argument. It's going to cost a lot more. And if you don't want to listen to me or the numbers, just think of that one fact, that we wouldn't privatize her. And so I thank you for the work your folks have done and what you continue to do. And, you know, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm going to say cut the line. I'm not going to do that. I mean, we need legal services, and I think you're doing a good job. I hold people account to what they say. And because of that, I'm a bad guy. Well, I'll be a bad guy until someone tells me you're way off with empirical evidence, which won't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I will do is I do just want to, again, and this is not directed at the counselor who just spoke, this is just directed generally, we do need to try to stay focused on questions so that we are not here at midnight. Does anyone have any further questions regarding the legal services budget? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, I believe our next category moves over to Finance and Administration Summary. So I'll hand it over to our Treasurer, Michaela Horn.
Thank you, Miles, and good evening, councilors. The first department that I'll be presenting is the Assessors. You will see that for personnel services, the total for the department is $392,091. And the total expenses for the assessor's office are $60,650 for a total of $452,741. Are there any questions regarding specific line items?
Anyone?
The assessors?
Looks like we're good.
Moving on to the auditor's department. For personnel services, the cost is $339,107. Auditor expenses equate to $3,550. And audit services equate to $82,000 for a total for the department of $424,657.
Questions? Councilor Green?
Yeah, on the FY25 projected versus requested and granted, is that contractual raises that were due?
Those are steps, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. What is driving the jump in the outside audit cost?
So this year, we had 2 additional single audits for federal grants, and each of those was, I think, $6,500 charge. So I needed to build that in for next round.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I think we're good.
Next is the purchasing department. So for personnel services, there is a total cost of $274,573 and purchasing expenses of $3,125 for a total of $277,698. Are there any questions on line items?
Councilor Green?
Yeah, is the buyer position, is that what at one point was a clerical position, or how did we end up with another line item for, I assume, an employee now called a buyer, when in years past I haven't seen anything called a buyer?
Mary Delaney is here. She'd like to speak to that.
Good evening, Council. Position has existed since 2017.
What was it called?
Yeah, we did have, I think maybe there might be some confusion because we at one time had gone to an assistant procurement officer, and that's no longer. So maybe that's why the question.
So in
Fourth one down.
2017, we had an auditor, we had a deputy city auditor, and we had, I'm sorry. Okay, I do see that we did have a buyer in 2018 at 37,000, and then in 2022, 53,500. So, again, that was contractual.
Right, that's been progressive steps. And we've had a new employee since then as well. So when there were a couple of restarts actually in that position.
Okay, so you're still in office of 3 employees?
Yes, we're still in office of 3 full-time employees.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next budget is information technology. For personnel services, there's a total cost of $293,767. For information technology expenses, there is a cost of $4,400. For information technology services, there's a cost of $842,500. And for PEG access and cable-related expenses, there is a net zero, for a total budget of $1,140,667.
Councilor Boschman.
On the PEG, can we talk about the PEG? Can I talk?
Yeah, go right ahead.
The PEG going down to zero. I thought we had 50,000 or 55,000 in there from Verizon, and if designated they pay us for a fund for 50, we had about 55,000, and now we're taking it out.
Councilor, that is what it shows. It shows both a credit of 55,000 and a total debit of 55,000.
Right.
That's why it zeros.
I thought they had to stay in there, sir, for future use, in case we get a lawsuit, the residents get lawsuits and all that.
Hi, Counselor. Yeah, just so you know, that is money that we put into the budget every year for legal costs to negotiate new contracts with PEG,
Right.
both Comcast and Verizon. And if that money is not used for that reason, it goes back into that fund, into the capital fund.
And the capital fund goes to?
The capital fund stays there,
It stays
always.
there?
Yeah, and I mean, we've just made an expenditure for FATV for $121,000 out of that capital fund. That is 50% of the capital the city holds.
So
it just went before you guys.
So I just want to make sure that that money stays with FATV,
Yeah,
right?
it goes back into that account, and then FATV, if they have a capital need, can apply for that or ask the mayor for that money, which we have just give them probably half of that total cost just last year.
Okay.
Okay.
You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, anytime.
All right, so while I've got you here and on the same topic, and I know you and I have talked about this before, given the fact that over the last 5 years, your actual expenditures from this account are practically nil. There was less than $9,000 total, and the high point was $8,600 back in '21. Why are we continuing to hang on to this ourselves rather than give it to FATV, given that we don't seem to need it? The actuals for the past 5 years are zeros in almost every year.
I mean, I think that we've done a very good job maintaining this money and leaving it there for these reasons. I don't think that there's a problem with the chemistry currently. If FATV needs the money like this recently, the money is available to them, but it is 50%. It's not my decision, by the way.
No, I understand.
50% of that capital goes to the city and 50% goes to FATV. And then all of PEG, which is the 4.5% negotiated, quarterly, goes to FATV.
No, I understand how the system works, and I understand that it's pursuant to an existing contract.
There really is. I mean, there is a debate whether the city, if needed, and and it benefits cable subscribers, whether that money would be available. But yeah, we've not touched that money in years. So the conversation is welcome.
So basically what I'm asking is, from the perspective of your department, would you actually be hurt if you ceased to get this money?
No, it's not something that the IT department would use. It's something that we maintain mostly for FATV, but any of the PEG, anything that was PEG related.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clear that up.
No, I appreciate it, Councilor. Yeah, no worries.
Councilor Fleming?
So I guess my question is, if it's for FATV, why are we not giving it directly to FATV rather than going through the mayor?
It's the legal function that changed a few years ago, right, Auditor Cronin? The pass-through of the city as a mechanism became a legal function.
Yes, and the expenses line here is related to the contract itself, which will be negotiated by the mayor's office. So I think that's the reason to keep it here in the event that, expenses need to be incurred on the part of the city. It goes right back. I mean, it closes back out if there are no city-related PEG costs.
But the funding is for FATV. Just want to clarify.
Well, the fund is for cable-related subscribers.
Which is
whether it's
FATV.
It's currently FATV.
It's currently FATV. Yep.
It doesn't make sense to me. It seems it should go directly to FATV.
Well, FATV wouldn't pay the contract expenses for negotiating the contract. So that's a city expense.
The mayor, the PEG is obligated to negotiate with the mayor, not with any other source. So that money is there, and that $25,000 every year is put in towards labor cost related to negotiating a contract for FATV. But if we don't have negotiations, then that money always gets rolled back into that account. And there's a safe harbor there for that money. That money is not being utilized in other places. So I think that the city the FATV would be responsible for paying for legal costs on their own. The city would have to find legal costs on their own if this money wasn't there to use for those every 5-year negotiations.
And this money cannot be used for anything else. It can't be borrowed.
I mean, that is a conversation
I guess that's my
for
question.
The city solicitor. I'm not legally minded like that, but
No, it can't be. It has to go back as described.
right. And the money is there and it is available. So in some ways, the system is working fine because it's there now still,
So if the reason for the city to hang on to this money, rather than passing it through like the rest of the PEG money, if the reason to hang on to it is to cover the costs of the contract negotiations, does that FY21 number, that approximately 8,700, represent a typical expense for that contract negotiation?
Is that a typical cost?
Is that typically what it would cost for that 5-year contract negotiation?
It depends on how heated the negotiation is, what the terms of the benefit are, if there are any changes in what their offerings are. It used to be that HD channel was like the big deal. Everybody wanted it, they wouldn't give it. Now that's like no big deal at all. So it really depends.
I guess what I'm asking is there a reason for the city to hang on to as much in the fund as we currently do, or would it make more sense to say, here is our projected maximum expense that we will be required to fund, and when the fund goes above this amount, we just pass the rest over?
As the legal and public stewards of the fund, specifically the city of Fitchburg passed through, it's incumbent upon us to check and balance on what the expenses are in that particular fund. The PEG goes straight through. The other funds get requested from FATV, which, as Trevor noted, we just check to make sure that everything, checks the boxes and fits with the purpose. And, we approve that. And, that's discussions been had with, Nate, the executive director, and there's not been any discussion on a concern at this time with that process.
Okay, I mean, I've had discussions with FATV that raised concerns about it, but not concerns about the propriety of the city's dealings, mind you. I don't want to give that impression, but just the idea that there's no good reason for the city to be hanging on to this. You know, like you said, we just dispersed, what was it, over $100,000.
$200,000?
Why $200,000? Why would we need to hold that much money in the first place? I can't imagine we're going to get into contract negotiations with Comcast or Verizon that are going to cost us $200,000.
No. I don't think they've ever reached higher than $25,000.
Right, exactly. So I guess what I'm saying is, why wouldn't we say, we're going to have it almost like a revolving fund, top it off at $25,000. If it gets below $25,000, replenish it. But if it's at $25,000 or above, pass the excess on to FATV, just like we do with the rest. I understand the stewardship argument, but we're not worried about that when we pass the rest of the PEG money to them. We trust them to spend it on appropriate amount, appropriate projects and so forth. And it's my understanding that prior to, I think, 2008 or somewhere thereabouts, maybe Councilor Natale remembers, prior to our current arrangement with FATV, they did get close to 100% of the funds, and then due to budget issues back around 2008, we entered into an arrangement with them where we got 50% and they got 50%. But what I'm saying is, I guess I don't see that there's any bar to giving them more. I don't see that we would be derelict in our duties in some way, because that's what we already did prior to the current arrangement. Anyway, that's something. I'm breaking my own rule now and getting into discussion rather than questioning. But you've answered my questions, and I appreciate it. And I do just want to emphasize that in no way do I feel that, your department or anyone in the city has done anything improper. That's not my point here.
No, I appreciate that.
Anyone else on IT? All right, thank you very much.
Sir.
Next, we have the parking budget. For personnel services, there's a total cost of $8,193. And for parking expenses, a total cost of $75,000 for a total parking budget of $83,193.
Councilor Boschman.
With the retirement of Paul, I used to go around and fix the garages and that, and do what he had to do in the garages and that. Is the mayor planning on replacing that person to do that kind of work, to do that?
With the mayor's office as well as the parking advisory committee on how we're planning to structure personnel services going forward. I think there's still a lot of room for growth in this department in terms of revenue. I think we do need to look closely at receipts and raise revenues in order to continue providing the services necessary. I don't know if the mayor wants to speak on whether
we're not funding. We did not fund the vacant position, the retired position in this budget. We are still actively working on revising our parking plan within the city, which includes personnel changes. It includes structure to payment. It includes payment permit adjustments. And so that is being run. We have through my office in conjunction with the parking clerk and the treasurer's office and our parking control officer.
So I think there's a lot of components that go into parking. There's ordinance updates, there's revenue analyzation, identifying parking needs from an economic development standpoint, zoning the current parking spaces to fit those needs, updating policies and procedures to best serve customers, such as utilizing new software programs, garage maintenance and upkeep, as well as major capital projects in regards to our garages and our parking lots. I think there is a lot of discussion that needs to be had. We were able to not fund the parking control supervisor position in this budget, but that's not saying that we won't need it in later budgets.
No, I hear you say all this stuff, Mayor, and you're coming out, and I think it's great, but we have had studies over studies over study. You sat on the council with us, and Tom S. provide us a parking, and what he told us to do that one. And then when Kelvin Brook was sitting down where you are as a treasurer, they had another parking study done with a group of people saying how they had to raise the rates. And what is it? It's about 8-10 years now, Amy?
Yep,
10
10
years later, we're still talking about the same thing. You know, I mean,
That goes
I don't
to show you that it's a challenging situation. And certainly, you know, what was tried in the past ended up putting us in a revenue deficit situation when it comes to our parking. So we're trying to reverse that course, make it revenue neutral, and improve the parking situation and the parking availability options for the residents and the people that frequent the businesses and use our parking garages.
I understand what you're trying to do, but we also got to remember that we get major expenses coming down the road. One of the things is the parking garage on Main Street. It used to be the former Woodwards. That one I hear is falling apart, needs some structural work done.
We have a current analysis through an engineering firm, was a tie-in bond, that did a structural analysis for the parking garage, and we're working to, and we just recently worked to pare that down for the immediate needs. So I'm reviewing that right now with our treasurer, parking clerk, and facilities, and we will be coming forward to you with an appropriation request to make some immediate repairs in that parking garage, actually, on Mill Street.
Have we ever thought about going public with that private garage? Selling it outright and let some private firm come in and run it?
We've entertained those discussions, actually, with an entity or two, but it's not exactly it's a super lucrative opportunity for an outside investor, especially in the current state. In addition to, you know, the needs of the city of Fitchburg, especially in our downtown, with the needs for parking availability when it comes to privatizing. There's many levels to that discussion, and we're still continuing to have them. So I appreciate that thought, but we haven't arrived at any decision at this time.
I think we need to look at parking from a positive perspective. Typically, in the past, our garages would fill to almost capacity during the winter months in anticipation of the snow bans. There isn't a lot of tracking available in my office with the current software programs that we have, but we are able to track now. We have a better handle on that. We're actually running at an 81% capacity with new developers coming to my office every week asking for us to reserve spaces for new development coming down the road. Parking is a concern in terms of them getting the proper funding to create these developments. So I think we need to really focus on our garage, the Putnam garage, and how we can utilize that for our parking needs long term.
Oh, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I understand wholeheartedly. We also got to make room for, if you have businesses downtown, they want to come in and shop. If they got no place to shop, we'd be no better off, or park their cars. And we can all say there's plenty of parking, but we're people and we don't like to walk. We like to be right up front.
And that's another reason to adjust, you know, the high-value parking that it's right in front of a business, say. right? Right now, you have a free parking situation and then a ticket. There's also the weekend where people tend to park all weekend where they could walk simply a block, taking up those high-value spots. So, moving to a easier-to-use system, maybe like an app-based system like many municipalities have moved to across Massachusetts, you can see you have that opportunity to pay for a high-value spot if you want, or still, maintain a free parking spot for a limited period of time to access that business.
Right here, I see it.
All right, I'm gonna call this for now.
All right, sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's just, again, we're starting to get into parking policy now, which is a very important topic, but not a budget topic. So we'll have to save it for later because we could easily talk for another 20 minutes or so, half hour about parking. Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, just a quick question on the overtime. So we only budgeted 285 in 21, and then it goes up from there and then comes back down to 290 in 24. We didn't budget anything for 2025, but we're budgeting 3,000 in 26.
So those are actuals versus budgeted. The budgeted amount is a projected amount of potential, what might potentially happen after hours. But you can see in the past, our actuals have been less. So we would anticipate turning back a few $1,000s, hopefully, if nothing goes wrong.
We did budget, I believe, $1,500 in FY25 for overtime. This is anticipating that there could be like snow and ice removal that needs to be handled. We do only have one parking control officer working in this department now with the recent retirement, and he has to take on additional responsibilities that before were delegated between two people.
So during those snow emergencies, he's working and ticketing people?
Yes, he has to continue ticketing people as well as remove snow and ice, put
during those blizzards,
sand.
those real blizzards he is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Green.
Yes, can you define what the contract services are?
So the contract services for the office, they cover the operating, are used for the operating the garages and maintaining parking services. It covers things such as elevator maintenance, pest control, parking ticket data input, as well as annual inspections. There is a significant increase to this line item due to the anticipation of bringing on a new software for garage management. That we're hoping will also develop into a parking app that we can utilize throughout the city.
Okay, and then utilities have gone from, I see, $30,000 up to $50,000. So what, again, it's been incremental, but utilities, what is that? What, leaving the lights on, or where does the utilities come on for operating?
So that's the electricity for the garages, for the lights in the garages. We did recently do some lighting upgrades in our garages, as well as that covers Wi-Fi costs that were previously covered through a grant.
So, and the grant has expired, and now we're left liable to pay for that.
Yep.
And are we using LED lights in the garages?
Mm-hmm.
So we should anticipate that cost coming down?
Utility costs have just only, unfortunately, continued to climb.
Okay, I mean, that, $6,000 a month for lights, it seems kind of high, but, okay, thank you.
There's also heating in the office as well, and I imagine there's heat involved in garage space.
Mm-hmm. In the office space, utilized by our parking control employees.
Okay, so the parking control employee spends more time actually in the office at the garage or in the office at City Hall?
He bounces between both.
Okay.
Jackie, did you have something?
It's just where we're at, right? A couple of months ago, it was at 35.
Anyone else? I'm sorry, were you all set?
Yes, thank you.
I think we're good on parking.
Moving along to tax collection. There, for personnel services, there's $559,579. For tax collection and treasury expenses, it's $142,000. For tax title, $50,000, for a total for the department of $751,579.
So what is driving those two large jumps? I assume one of them is a vacancy issue. The assistant treasurer position jumping from 44 to 35, that's just a reversion to full-time or to a fully filled position?
So there have been a lot of staffing challenges in the treasurer's office over the past year. We have had a vacancy in some capacity for the entire year. So we had trouble filling the assistant position for the first half. So that's why you will see that the expenses are only projected to cost $44,000 for FY25. There's actually a $10,000 decrease in that line item from appropriation to appropriation, as Councilor DiNatale has mentioned. As well as we were able to face those challenges for vacancies by promoting internally. So we took one of the clerks in the position who reached out and wanted some growth within the department. They've been there for 25 years. They have a lot of collections experience. We're hoping that with restructuring the position, we can have a more aggressive collections strategy. We're really looking to start with the foreclosure process, collect for tax titles, and do what we need to do to try to make up some of that money that's uncollected. In that case, we have had a vacancy in that person's position since they took over as the assistant. So we have recently put that out for hire, and we have accepted somebody in that role. So we're hoping to get them on within the next couple of weeks. But that's what explains those two drastic numbers that you see between the clerical and the assistant treasurer collector.
Okay, thank you. That's what I assumed was the case, but I wanted to make certain. Councilor DiNatale.
You said you hired the person
We have.
before the budget was passed?
We just hired them yesterday.
Why did we move forward with this before the budget was approved? Like, what if we cut it? It's a new position, right? Not an extra, but it's a new, you mentioned it's a...
Nope, it's still a position within the office. It was previously a head clerk.
Right.
It's now, after being reconstructed, a senior accounting clerk, which actually saved that line item an additional $10,000. It was a previously filled position. We also did lose a senior accounting clerk in the FY21 budget.
I guess I don't understand why we're moving forward with these types of hiring decisions before the budget is approved.
This was filling a vacant position that was already in the budget.
I understand, but it's a new title, though, right?
It's a new title, but that doesn't take away from the position, I don't believe. Those duties still need to...
Okay. All right.
Instead of having a head clerk and a senior accounting clerk, now there's going to be 2 senior accounting clerks. And in FY21, there were 1 head clerk, 2 senior accounting clerks. So, I mean, reducing that to 1 clerk at that front window would reduce service dramatically for the residents.
We would need to look at closing the customer service window significantly, just so that we could perform the compliance piece and the administrative piece of the office as well.
Maybe I wasn't hearing it correctly then, because it came across like, not that it's a new position, but it's a shift in title that pays more?
Nope, pays less.
It pays less, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I walk back my earlier comments then, thank you. I missed that part.
All right. Do I have anyone else on the treasurer's office? All right.
Moving along to debt service. I know this was briefly mentioned before, but we are taking on the Crocker School, the library project, as well as funding the fire truck that we have coming in. This will be the height of our borrowing for an anticipated time.
Councilor Giannittali.
You know, it's been said repeatedly in this area about our budgetary problems are in part because of our debt service going up. And that explanation doesn't fly with me, because we've known about this for years and have been planning for it for years. What gets missed in the discussion is, and it's stunning to me because it's so in our face, there was a sheet that former Auditor Brooks used to hold up, the green, the blue, the pink, because we had these projects in the pipeline since 2012. But we were using guesstimated costs in order to establish our forward-looking debt service. And if we all recall, because of the pandemic, the library and the Crocker School costs that we thought they were going to be in range were astronomically more expensive because of price of materials, labor. I think it went so high as to get the state legislature's attention, if I'm correct, that they passed a supplemental budget that funded cities and towns more money for the library projects, acknowledging that the inflationary costs are just astronomically too much for most cities and towns to assume, because everyone got hit with this. You know, you thought the library was going to cost $40 million, and ended up costing $57. It's just not even in the realm of room for error. It went way up. So where am I going with this? It keeps being said that our budgetary issues are because of debt service, in part. It's not. It's been planned for, it's been known, but let's assume it is because of that. Because up until this fiscal year, our debt service has been lower than any other debt service line item since prior to the fire station and FHS being paid for in FY19. The question I have is that not a factor in the growth in the debt service? Was that smack in the face of inflation on those projects? Because it's being sold as if we missed the ball, and we didn't miss the ball. It just didn't pan out the way we thought it was going to because of COVID.
Yeah, I think our statements with regard to debt service are just to acknowledge that it's arrived. I know it's been planned for several years, but it's here now, and it's in the budget. So, if you look at it, it's $1.4 million increase. That's, significant. But it's arrived.
But weren't we putting into the debt service section the reserve for capital purposes to alleviate the increase?
We did.
Okay,
yes.
So.
No, we've planned for it for sure.
Oh, okay.
The statement is really, it's arrived and it's real.
But I don't consider it a true variance impact to our overall predicament.
Well, it's $2 million that 5 years ago was available for the operating budget, and now it's not.
But we planned for it.
We did. We did.
Like the health insurance wasn't planned. That was a smack in the face. If I could sum up the whole budget problem, it's health insurance. That's it. You take out that $5-6 million increase the last couple of years on health insurance, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah, I think the statements are not so much blaming, but just stating it's here now.
Well, I didn't say blame. I said it's being attributed to the impacts, and just from a variance analysis perspective, that doesn't hold water for me. Because We foresaw this over time, and planned for it, whereas health insurance, we didn't. And I know labor costs keep getting thrown in the mix. We should have known that too, because we all, including myself, voted for those contracts. So I just wanted to make it clear that the debt service is where it is today because of what happened as a result of the pandemic. It's because the way it comes across, and I'm saying this because this is what constituents have contacted me asking when they read this stuff. They say to me, you guys weren't prepared for these debt payments. Why are you taking on debt you can't afford? That's not what we're doing here. This debt was planned 15 years ago. We just didn't get the number right because of that pesky little thing called the pandemic. So I just want the public to know that we didn't knowingly say X, knowing it was going to be Y. We didn't anticipate this stuff happening well after the projects were secured and the funding from the state was in place. So I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Anyone else on debt service? All right. And as we move on, because we are now past 9 o'clock, I'm just going to let everyone know, give everyone fair warning that I'm going to start being a little bit more aggressive with, okay, what's the question? What's the question? Because, and again, this is a general, this isn't directed at you.
No, but I do have a question, Mr. President, on that note.
Sure, go ahead.
So, several years ago, if you recall, we used to employ a budgetary process where we had like 7, 8, 9 meetings.
So I've been told about that.
Well, okay, you weren't here for that. We had like 7, 8, 9 meetings. I have a screenshot on my phone, from the mayor's page where she pointed this out 4 or 5 years ago because we weren't being transparent anymore because we cut the meetings down. We had like 9 meetings.
Yep, okay.
Is there a reason why we don't go back to that? I mean, I know the mayor is on board with having 9 or 10 or 11 meetings. Did she consult with you on the schedule here so we don't
no one
all 2 meetings?
No, we stuck with the schedule from last year. But I am very open. We can't discuss it tonight because we don't have the time, but after this budget process is done, I am more than open to any suggestions for improvements for next time around.
Oh, I'm just surprised the mayor hasn't requested it.
No requests from the mayor regarding a change to the budget process, but I'm amenable to that as well, of course, if the mayor does have any suggestions for how we can improve it.
It's under the purview of the city council.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
no, I'm just saying I'm open to suggestions. But yeah, certainly anyone on the council, if you have ideas for how we can make this a better process or a less painful process, by all means, just reach out to me, and we'll take that into account next time around. This is always something I'm looking to improve as we go.
Mr. President, I just want to say something. I think it was you that changed the whole scenario and went down short time. We were worried about these guys getting tired and not completing the day.
I think actually I maintained largely the schedule that was established by President Kushmerek.
Oh, Kushmerek? Oh, sorry about that.
But either way, yes, we do want to be very respectful of the department head's time as well. So that's something that will obviously be taken into account in the balance in any future changes. Don't worry, I'm not going to set up a process where you guys are going to be sitting here for 10 hours or something. But anyway, that's something that I'm very open to discussing, just not tonight, okay? So let's go next up.
Next up, I believe, is the Community Development Department. So I'll invite the Director, Liz Murphy, to join us. We begin with the Personnel Services, which includes 9 full-time employees, although I'll note only 3 are paid fully through the general fund. 6 of those are paid between 5% and 70% of their salaries through grants. That total is $567,492. The community development expenses general things, office supplies, dues and subscriptions, training, education. They do have to market and advertise through their economic development and housing development departments. The total of that is $39,725, bringing the total for community development this year to $607,217. Open to any questions for the finance team or Director Murphy.
Councilor Green.
Again, I've harped on this for the 10 years that I've been sitting here, and I just have a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that for the Director of Economic Development, from 2021 to 2026, there's been a $4,000 raise, a $2,500 raise, a $4,500 raise, a $5,000 raise, a $3,000 raise. Is all that contractual? And, you know, and it's not just that, the principal planner, I see that, Liz, there's no raise for you. Is that, again, step and merit with no COLA? And is this what we're going to expect moving forward? And that's one of the positions that's not funded by anything other than the taxpayers, correct? There's no portion from the general fund or part of it from CDBG or anything that pays for those positions, correct?
For which position? Economic development, that is 100% city funded. And those raises are a combination of step increases and COLA increases. So
Okay,
all
contractual.
all contractual.
But no COLA, because nobody was getting COLA this year.
There is no, that would be a step increase then for this current year from FY25 to 26 is a step increase.
So still with the step and grade under the old matrix is how this contractually is, we're now obligated for this again.
The ordinance matrix is for department heads. The director of economic development is not.
Is not a department head. Correct.
So principal planner, that's not a department head, right?
Correct.
But contractually, there's a $3,000 increase to the salary.
Right. They would do a step increase through their union contract.
So our contracts usually, and maybe this is more of you're represented by Trevor, correct?
I'm not represented by anyone. I'm a department head.
Oh, okay, but the members of your department.
Correct. From us, yeah. From us.
Okay. And is that based over a 6% raise over 3-year or 5-year time, or is it 111, 221, 214? I mean, who determines, or how is it determined that percentage through negotiation?
So the city and the union negotiate every 3 years, I believe, and they'll set new cost of living increases then. So it does really vary depending on what happened during that last contract.
And when was the last time that you or people in your department had a performance review?
It was a couple of years ago.
What was that?
It was a couple of years ago.
Okay. So you know that we're pushing to get back towards that.
Absolutely, and I support that.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else on community development? All right.
So moving forward, our next department is facilities maintenance. We'll just begin with the personnel services. This year is budgeted at $137,245, and the maintenance is set at $215,000, bringing the total for the department to $352,245.
All right. Any questions? Councilor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'm glad to see we've got some money allocated for not a director of facilities, but we've got an official position here now, a facilities maintenance coordinator. What sort of qualifications are you expecting to fill that role?
We have a draft job description. You want to talk about that? Yeah, so, we are actively working on that job description, but, we've modeled it after Leominster's maintenance craftsman's position. They have a maintenance craftsman that works under the procurement director, and this person is able to do general maintenance tasks themselves. They are a handyman carpenter, and then they are also able to help coordinate certain functions of maintenance activities through contract services, right? Through my office, we would have that maintenance coordinator that we would be able to identify what the issues are, the facilities issues, identify that we need plans and specs. We would be able to develop those plans and specs at this current time, and then we would be able to have our maintenance coordinator either, for small jobs, be able to perform that job, and for larger jobs, be able to meet the contractor on site, go over what the issues are, review what they are doing, coordinate the repairs, be on site, those kinds of activities. What exactly that job description looks like, we are still working out, but we have just a little blurb here. This position would be able to handle minor repairs and maintenance throughout their professional scope and skills, coordinate and oversee work that requires the outside contractors, serve as a floating resource that would be able to assist at any municipal building, for example, including DPW, which currently does not have any designated facilities or maintenance personnel, and then be able to provide custodial or repair services as needed across departments and municipal buildings. The maintenance coordinator will, at this time, report directly to the mayor's office. With myself, I have 25 years of building design, engineering, and project management experience. I also lead AP, B, D, and C certified professional, and so I will be able to assist with directing the coordination of that through myself, through the Chief of Staff, who is currently serving as Interim Facilities Director, and through the Deputy Chief of Staff, who are both very handy and capable as well to direct tasks. The work of this maintenance coordinator will significantly reduce the burden that's currently being placed on our office, which will allow us to focus more on strategic planning, citywide operations, and ensure that our buildings are remaining safe, clean, and well-maintained.
So no sort of official licenses, HVAC experience, nothing like that, sort of?
Carpentry skills, handyman, someone that is, certified and licensed in electrical, carpentry, handyman, these kinds of things would absolutely be the goal and the bonus to be able to perform these skills. But what this person looks like exactly in a cookie cutter style will be hard to say until we get the candidates that come before us that are interested in this engaging and fun job.
Thank you. The floor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Fleming.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding. This is a brand-new position. We've never had this person before. And did I hear you say you already hired this person?
No, we are waiting for this budget. This is a new adjusted position from a facilities director, which we aren't exactly at a position now to have a full-on facilities director directing all of the facilities, because we're not in a position to have all of the facilities under one department, right? As you've seen in previous budgets, there was kind of the request to move a lot of the utility bills or a lot of the custodial staff under the facilities umbrella, but that wasn't able to be accomplished. So long-term vision, the city is actively exploring a consolidated facilities management model. This would bring all of our custodial staff under one department, creating a centralized and flexible team that's capable of floating between our buildings to meet our dynamic and maintenance and custodial needs. However, this restructuring will obviously take time and need to be pursued through bargaining with our unions to ensure that we have a fair and collaborative process.
Okay, did I also hear that doesn't have any certifications or licenses? It's hard to hear.
No, we haven't hired this person yet.
Okay, but with the qualifications for this, I guess.
Right, so we are still developing that job description, refining it. We have 85% of it complete, and we're still working on refining that. But obviously, a goal would be that where there is a handyman licensure, electrical, carpentry background, any of these plumbing. Any of these would be big pluses for this person in this position. So, that would be the goal. What it looks like when we get our candidate pool, we'll certainly have to look at who is applying for that position and who has the highest and best qualifications, and if we are able to hire the first person or the first group that comes through, or we have to restructure things, that it's always much nuance, and thankfully we have human resources that can help work that out.
So the difference between the prior position, Director of Facilities, versus the Facilities Maintenance Coordinator, is this one will be performing the work where the other position did not?
Correct. This person would be able to, the goal would be this person is actually able to perform many skills and repairs. For example, we were just alerted that a downspout on City Hall has come apart. Right now, this is something that someone with a level of masonry experience would be able to repair themselves, and hopefully this person will be able to perform that function rather than having to have a facilities director that hires out for a company, performs that bid, and coordinates that. So the goal would be someone that can actually handle small repairs within the scope of their ability, but also then be able to additionally help coordinate those other contracted services where that skill set or the job might be outside of the scope of their ability. And that would be, run through the mayor's office with assistance from procurement.
Okay. All right. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Councilor Schultz.
I was just going to ask about the salary. Was this close to what the person in Leominster was getting? How did you arrive at the salary? Because it sounds like this person could have a lot of different licenses and maybe want more than $69,000 a year.
That is up for discussion and potential, but we wanted to put something in here that was realistic, especially with our budgetary challenges, but recognizing the needs of the city and the strain on the mayor's office at the time. We're trying to do everything that we can to make sure that we maintain these buildings, but also try not to work so many hours a day. Burn ourselves out.
I mean, that's a lot. Plumbing, electrical, HVAC maybe. Those are a lot of carpentry. Those are a lot of different...
if we found a unicorn, then we might want to come back to you for an appropriation. But, we'll have to, that discussion will have to be further down the road. But we needed to put a number in here that felt realistic when it came to the capabilities that we're looking for as well. So.
Okay. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Councilor Gianitali.
The facilities director was a new position created a few years ago that, other than Councilor Boschman, the mayor voted against. And if you recall the justification for that department being created in that position, it was never intended for that person to be a handy person. It was an overall objective of bringing on somebody who could assist not only the school department, but the city department heads who are not skilled in architectural engineering and capital planning, to coordinate issues throughout the buildings, and yes, farm out work. Because that was the that was the reason. No one was focused on the buildings. And so we're going from getting rid of a highly qualified facilities maintenance director and replacing it with with a coordinator who is supposed to have a plethora of experiences across multiple facets.
Counselor, what's the question?
My question is, the interim facilities director, do they hold qualifications commensurate with the person that was gone?
That would command a much higher salary than
we can afford.
Does
The current interim facilities director is working within the mayor's office and under my direction we're doing a pretty fantastic job maintaining our facilities. But as you see within this budget, we need some supplemental help. It would greatly improve the maintenance of our buildings. So,
didn't answer my question. Is the interim facilities director at the same level or near level of qualifications as the person that was, I would argue, forcibly removed?
the previous facilities director resigned.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
You're not answering my question, Madam Mayor. I'm asking, is the interim facilities director qualified to run the purpose of that department that was initially established?
Fortunately, the interim facilities director works under the guidance of the mayor's office. The interim facilities director does not hold a facilities management certification equal to the previous facilities director. However, the mayor holds similar certifications to the previous facilities director, which helps us to both save money and maintain our facilities. So at the time, as was noted, I voted against the facilities director position because it didn't feel like we were structured, we were set up and in a position to make that position effective. And as it panned out, we still are not in that position to make a full-on director of facilities effective yet. That is certainly one of our goals, and we are working towards that goal. But in the interim, what we do need is someone to help alleviate the burden of performing the coordination of maintenance facilities and also to perform some of these tasks.
So you answered my question initially. He isn't. Thank you.
Councilor Boschman.
Question. I understand what you're trying to do, because everything's touchy today. My question to you on this position here, I hate to say it, is he going to shovel the snow on the sidewalks and on the stairs and that? Or are we going to have to farm that out?
That certainly this person, if that's within his capability and within the job description, and we need him to perform that function, or we need this person to perform that function, that would be one of the functions. However, like I said, that job description is not being built out yet, and reliably, can we maintain the proper, access to the facility of City Hall for the public and for all the employees to make sure that everyone is safe? I'm not sure. That's not that job description. That hasn't been written into the job description because it's not complete yet. However, certainly I would love to see this person, especially this unicorn, both shovel all the snow within the city and perform all the functions of a maintenance dream. But we will see what we get.
I just want to say one more thing, and touch to what Councilor on my left side, Bernie, shows. I think we set on this particular case, if you're looking for a licensed electrician, a certified carpenter, an HE guy, a hatchback guy.
Those are kind of a list, like a menu of items that would be very valuable and appropriate for this position, but will we find someone with every single one of those? I doubt it. But a handyman with some other qualification, with some qualifications in there, and experience, that would be the goal.
Okay, as long as that, you understand that. I don't want to hear you come back. He says he can't do that, Paul. It's not in his contract. He can't do this, Paul. It's not in his contract. He can't do this, Paul. It's not in his contract. Then I'll say to you, what can he do?
My goal would be to never say that. Not to you.
All right. I yield the floor, so you'll be happy.
Councilor Cragen.
Thank you. I really don't want to litigate, going back. I think it's instructive to be aware of previous years and previous decisions, et cetera. But was the previous facilities director directly overseeing the plans for Crocker and the library? Was there that involvement and engagement with those projects when the position emerged? And the reason I ask this is that It is very unusual for a mayor to have the architectural and engineering experience that our mayor does have. So the unicorn out there, is there an expectation that they would also be looking at the plans for our ongoing construction? And did the previous facilities manager do that also?
The previous facilities director was on the building committee of these building projects, which, our current building projects are coming to fruition. They're in the construction, and they will be complete within the next 2 years, after which we don't have any large-scale plans for major construction projects of this scale for a few years. But yes, the facilities director was on that building committee, and I am now on that building committee. Unfortunately, we also have, a building commissioner that is very well versed in this, and our DPW director, also incredibly helpful and willing to step up and serve on these building committees to make sure that, our contractors and our owner's project manager are working together and working in the best interests of the city.
And
yes, would our maintenance, I would certainly want our maintenance coordinator involved in building project discussions, certainly from a logistics point of view of what are we installing over here, how are we actually installing it, and because I know construction, and this isn't going to hold up.
Right. Yeah, no, again, referencing back, the model being the school department, which had a, building maintenance supervisor and has always had that position. And we've had, very gifted individuals who were just very, very involved with the renovations and, repairs that happened. And it seems that, especially in the last couple of years where we did see this very severe delay with our library construction having to do with the floodplain overlay and, having a facilities director, yet somehow that got through, which delayed the whole process and drove up costs.
Absolutely, that is true.
Yeah, so I just, I think I'm very much in favor of this. I don't have any questions beyond that, but I just wanted to establish just that small piece of history. So I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Fleming.
Yes, this is a yes or no question. You added a position at nearly $70,000 a year without any description other than what you're telling us. Yes or no?
No. I mean, I have a whole description I can provide you in writing, or I described it.
Well, by your own words, you're saying it's still in the works. You don't know yet.
The final job offer will be worked out when we finally publish it, certainly. But we can provide you with a draft of the actual job description and the duties.
Okay. It just sounds like you're still not sure what this position is going to be.
I mean, we have the thing. I like to be conservative and say 85% complete, but in all reality, it's probably 95%.
Okay, so I guess the answer is no, because you have not worked out the quirks. So we've got a position in there that the quirks have not been worked out yet. You're asking us to approve the salary.
I wouldn't characterize it as quirks so much as finalizing it to make sure that everything is perfect when we put it out. And even when we do put out a job, if we don't get the right candidates or, any candidates, then we have to revise that job description often as well. So, there's nothing's ever perfect, and everything's a moving target when it comes to hiring, certainly.
Could you have that description completed before this budget process is completed?
I could certainly finalize it to a very large degree, but when we put it out and if we have to revise it, that may have to happen.
I guess revising it to suit the candidate rather than the candidate being suited to the description is odd to me. But I yield the floor.
Councilor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a really quick suggestion for you and Director Fish. Just because you're looking for a lot for not as much as we would hope to offer, I think it would be a good idea to maybe look for an individual who's a little bit older, maybe retired, and is looking for something to do, and maybe not the big responsibilities of, say, having his own HVAC company or something like that. Might be an interesting kind of avenue to take. That's all. I yield the floor. Thank
Thank you. We're
Thank you.
certainly open to all possibility.
Councilor Schultz.
I didn't have a question for the finance team. I actually have a question for Council President Zarella. We've been here for 3.5 hours, and I'm just wondering how far we're going to go with this presentation as opposed to tomorrow night's presentation.
So according to the schedule and the posted meetings, we have tomorrow night set for police, fire, DPW, and then the enterprise funds and the airport. So tonight will be the remainder of everything else. I believe we have, I think I counted 3, maybe 4 more departments.
Police is next, so that's why I asked.
Oh yes, we will be, police will be tomorrow night. Police is next in the budget, but police will be taken up tomorrow night, as will fire.
We have Board of Health, Human Services, Building, left on my list.
Human Services,
We have Board of Health, Human Services, and
Veterans
Building.
Council on Aging, and Library.
Right, which are human.
I guess the follow-up is, did you have a time limit in mind for tonight, 10 o'clock? Or?
Well, to avoid having to post new meetings for later dates, I think we'll try and get through it if we can. Certainly, if it looks like we're just dragging on with no end in sight, then I'll put it to the council whether we want to call it and schedule a third meeting to cover the rest, because we can't just add it tomorrow night. It's not posted. But we'll see. We'll try and move it along. Like I said, I'm going to try and keep people strictly to questions from here on out, and we'll see if we can move it along.
Thank you.
Anyone else on facilities maintenance? All right, next we are at building.
So I'll pass it over to our assessor, Chris Paquette, to go over the building inspectional services.
You threw me a curveball. I thought I was last.
Page 27.
Thank you, Counselor. Good evening, Councilors. I will be brief. I have the pleasure of going over the budget presentation for the building department on page 27. Under inspectional services, we have all the personnel. That totals $663,285. Under building inspectional services expenses, we have $33,500, which was level funded, for a total of $696,785. And the highlights of this are the principal clerk position was reduced to part-time last year, and it will remain part-time in this budget. The increases in local building, plumbing, and wire inspectors' salaries are reflected due to step and contracted step increases. This budget includes an additional part-time non-benefited local building inspector and an additional part-time non-benefited code enforcement inspector funded through the FY26 CDBG Community Development Block Grant. The assistant inspectors are covered. Assistant inspectors is coverage for the wire and plumbing inspector in their absences, is what that line item is. There was also a request for an additional part-time wire inspector. That was not funded. And as I stated earlier, building inspectional service expenses has been level funded.
Councilor Roachman.
Question. I'm going to make this short. Listen, I got a question for the mayor. Mayor, if you recall right, when Mark was the commissioner, and he came back to this council, all of us, and you were sitting over there with us, he made a proposal that he hire some people, raise the rates, and just by hiring more people, they could do more inspections, and it would cover themselves and then some, which he did prove. But why are we doing? I don't understand why we don't do that if we can cover our expenses at the same time.
Well, this is, I'm sure Commissioner Zemmel will be able to answer this with more depth and detail, but, we did remove a building inspector in, what was it, FY '23?
Yeah, I remember.
To put in a conservation agent, which was certainly needed, especially with the departure of Mike O'Hara as planning director and conservation agent, who really, who did both jobs well, but, certainly one person was not able to do both of those jobs, which is really required full-time. But regardless, that inspector was removed from the building department, and now we have 2 full-time inspectors, which is insufficient for our needs and for the fast service that, our permit applicants really deserve. So that's why we were able to utilize this CDBG inspector opportunity to help supplement, as 2 part-time CDBG and code enforcement inspectors to help supplement our 2 building inspectors. And, Commissioner Zemmel has a whole proposal for updating fees for charge for services to right-size those to really reflect the actual cost for those services for these permits. But I'll let Commissioner Zemmel add any further context to that if you wish.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Boschman, for the question. I believe it was actually FY24 when the position was actually fully cut because the person who was in the position left mid-fiscal year, and the former mayor reallocated the money instead of backfilling the position for other uses, as the mayor described. I don't know exactly. I don't think it necessarily just went to conservation, but it was a decision by the former mayor to do that, which definitely had significant impacts on our ability to do inspections and to do things in a timely manner. When I came into the office, we had a backlog of 1 inspector, a backlog of 300-something permit applications that hadn't been even reviewed because they were so overwhelmed with things. In addition, with the huge increase in solar, we have a very large impact on our wiring inspector. So the goal is, with these 2 CDBG-funded positions, and we also had an increase in overtime because inspectors are called out in the middle of the night, and our wiring inspector, to keep up with his backlog, is doing work after hours as well, which is coming out of our overtime. But the goal with these CDBG inspectors is multifold. One of the goals of these inspectors is to work within the CDBG framework of what we're allowed to use them for, which is within the CDBG area to do code enforcement. That's going to take off a large portion of the non-fee-for-service work that the inspectors do and transition it to the CDBG-funded work. That's things like investigating abandoned vehicles, investigating any dilapidated buildings that need to come for a board of survey, anything that falls under the domain of code. But as Chris noted, we're titling one of them code enforcement inspector, the other local building inspector, even though they're both going to have the same job description, which will match the local building inspector's job descriptions, because the goal is for at least one of them to also be licensed as a building inspector, so that if one of our inspectors calls out sick or needs to take a vacation, we can transition that person off of the CDBG money and into backfilling the inspector using our alternate or our assistant inspector's line item, so that we can service the residents even better still staying within the guidelines of CDBG. Because that role will have that flexibility. The goal also is to provide more off-hours inspections, so that at least one of those people will be primarily doing nights and weekends if we find the right candidate to be able to do that. That's very much one of our major goals. But our department is woefully understaffed in terms of inspector inspector capacity. These will help with the building inspector side, but we really truly need, and we rely heavily on our assistant inspectors, on the wiring inspectors, which is why this is the second fiscal year in a row that we've asked for that part-time wiring inspector, at least part-time. We really have enough work for a full-time wiring inspector because statutorily we're supposed to be doing our electrical inspections within 2 business days of requesting it. And right now we're about a week and a half out with inspections because of how busy he is.
Yeah, but I understand all of that. And it was explained to us when the CBG came in front of us, and I was in favor of it. But my question is, why don't you fight for a full-time employee, even though you get the 2 part-times, and have a full-time on board with you? So you guys, I hear there's a big backlog out there, but we can't get into that detail right now. But, and that you would have that extra guy if we raise the rates and if you do all the inspections what we should be doing, that it would pay for itself. I just don't understand. When something pays for itself, why not take it? If it's paying for itself, that's what I'm at. You know, Councilor, I don't understand that.
So through the president, thank you for that, Councilor Bushman. Through the president, first of all, the backlog right now is 0. I think I have 1 item in the queue. The longest that the backlog has gone was 3.5 weeks when we were swamped with meetings. But right now, as we sit here, the backlog is 0 for reviews. The backlog is 0 for reviews. So that's addressing that, even though, as I said, when I started, the backlog was 300 plus on one inspector alone. As you can see on here, I requested a full-time local building inspector last fiscal year, and I wanted one this fiscal year as well, but we don't have the money for that, and unfortunately, the fees don't warrant it yet. Once we have a fee schedule and we can actually substantiate that to this council, so that the fees are properly addressing the service, and we can show it to the finance team, then that definitely will be something that we are pushing even harder. But it has been a request that we've had every single year.
All right. Well, I never saw it. Yeah, we never. I don't believe we ever saw it. Did you, Mr. President?
Saw what?
They asked for an increase. Mark did. I remember Mark, and they said no.
It's been in the kind of request line in the budget, sitting there.
Huh?
It's been in the request line in the budget.
Oh yeah, I didn't see it.
For the last couple of years, it's been in the request line for the budget.
And that would be the goal to fill it, but this is a very difficult time.
All right. I yield the floor because they don't want to keep everybody here all night. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Councilor Green.
Your position is a full-time position, right, as the commissioner?
Yes, it is.
And how many days a week are you here at City Hall?
3 days a week I'm physically in City Hall.
And would it make more sense for you to be in the office here at City Hall 5 days a week, instructing, coordinating, meeting with businesses and/or residents, or I guess I'm trying to figure out whose benefit is it working towards to only have you here in the building 3 days a week versus 5 days a week?
So given my experience,
and I'm going to cut that line off for now, just because that goes more to the person filling the role than to the budget for the role. So there will be another time. I believe you're coming up for
next week
appointment next week. That'll be the time when we can talk about the specifics of the commissioner's employment.
I understand your thinking on that, but again, this isn't personal. It's about the position.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I didn't want to bring it up only at appointments as a, surprise. where it is a budgetary item, that if it's full-time work, and again, I understand that you're doing work from home, which is great, but then, so I'll let you, President Zarella, decide what and how you want to do that, but I do think it's a matter of budget.
Just a moment. I get a question for you, though, before you go on. If she passes on this, you, the chair.
Yeah, okay.
If she passes on this question, and we bring it up on the cuts, can we discuss it then?
Only if you're proposing to cut the position of building commissioner, which would be an interesting choice. Yeah, I think ultimately if there are questions as to how Commissioner Zemmel does his job, that would be more appropriate for next week's meeting. Unless your contention is that the number on the sheet should be changed in some way.
No, I have no, I don't have any of that. I just want to know from a budgetary standpoint if it behooves us to have somebody in the position 5 days a week at City Hall, being present 5 days a week.
Right, so that sounds, again, I'm not trying to say that's not a question you can ask. I just think it's a more appropriate question for the
final budget? Or?
No, for the appointments meeting.
Okay.
Just because that goes more to how the job is done than to how it's funded.
Okay, then I want to give opportunity then when we meet again on the 2nd or 3rd for that appointment, that you're prepared.
Thank you very much, Counselor, and thank you, President.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Anyone else on building? I have one quick question. I understand, you know, the principal clerk was made part-time, is being kept part-time, was requested for full-time, but is being kept part-time. But how are we cutting $11,000 from that position? Do we not have a person in it? Are we putting a new person in and they're coming in at a lower rate, or?
That is just the difference between the FY projected and the new salary for part-time. That was.
I was under the impression that it already is part-time.
It is part-time.
So
okay.
President Zarella, the projected salary on that was $41,501. Mm-hmm. But the mayor in her request is authorizing $30,520. So it's actually a cut from last year's appropriated amount.
Right. No, I understand what's happening. I'm just curious as to, like, is there someone currently in that position?
Yes, there is.
And are they currently being paid at the $41,501 amount?
I would have to check with HR to see what our final number was.
Okay. I mean, it's not. Don't worry too much about it. I mean, obviously.
The proposed budget reflects the pay scale of the current employee part-time.
Okay. It just stood out to me because you don't usually see that unless we're replacing a position and having someone come in at a lower rate or something. So I just was curious what exactly is going on there.
The position was replaced because we had a long-term head clerk and a long-term principal clerk stenographer, and the head clerk retired, and we moved the principal clerk stenographer into the head clerk's role.
Gotcha.
And so then we were able to backfill. The issue is that there definitely is a need administratively to have the two full-time, mm-hmm. but we can't afford it right now. But we've seen as recently as last week where the head clerk had an emergency and the principal clerk stenographer was working full-time hours. And thankfully, we have a person in the position who has that flexibility in their life to do it. Mm-hmm. But we'd ideally have that funded as a full-time position because that will help us. That would help us improve getting zoning decisions out, for example, mm-hmm. in a timely manner. And so right now we're working hard to keep with our deadlines, but it definitely is a stretch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, certainly. Believe me, I am quite familiar. with those with chasing those deadlines. No, thank you. That makes perfect sense now. I just wasn't quite sure exactly what the sequence of events was that led to that. That makes sense. Councillor Rochman?
Mr. President, to go back, I'm kind of puzzled. Maybe it's the hour. I don't know if it's the hour or not, but I'm kind of puzzled. We're asking him a question. She's asking him a question. You're telling me and everybody at this table to wait until he comes in front of us for an appointment. But this budget is going to be passed by the time he comes in front of us. Am I right or wrong?
Right. So all I'm saying is anyone can ask any questions they want, or actually, no, the budget won't be passed by the time he comes in front of us. The meeting where he'll come in front of us is Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. We're not passing the budget until the following week?
June 9th is when we do the cut meeting.
So there will be a gap there, but even if there weren't, the point is anyone tonight and tomorrow night can ask any question they want about the budget and about budgetary implications of things. I just don't want us getting into either personnel questions or policy, departmental policy questions that don't directly impact the budget, because otherwise we will be here till midnight, and I know no one wants that, so.
But, Mr. President, I asked this question because last year, no offense to you, I wanted to make a cut, and you asked me very politely, don't make the cut, please. Because you asked me, you said he's going to come up in front of us. And we'd be able to discuss it then. But that never happened.
But now it is.
But now it is. And what I'm afraid that if it goes in front of a 5-man, 4-man, 5 guys, 2 guys, the committee, and they all say yes, and then Amy Green or Paul Boschman or anybody else has got a question to ask, and we don't want this 132.3. We want something else.
There's still time for that. You will still have time to propose your cuts.
We can still cut it.
You can still cut it. So, what's the cut deadline?
June 9th. Well, the deadline to submit would be, I think, June 5th, Wednesday. You have till Wednesday, from tonight, after tomorrow night's meeting, you have till Wednesday to submit your cuts, and then the following Monday, June 9th, we meet as council as a whole, and that's when we start the cut discussion.
So in other words, if you think you want to make a cut, and we don't need to discuss any details about why you might or might not, if you think you want to make a cut and it's dependent on what happens on Tuesday, then draw up the cut, keep it in your back pocket. If you don't like what happens on Tuesday, propose it on Wednesday.
Okay. I just want to check to make sure I understand it. I know the hour's late.
Yep, no, that's how it'll go. You'll have the opportunity to propose cuts if that's what you decide to do.
All right, I yield the floor. You answer my question.
All right. Councilor Schultz.
Well, since you're on that subject, the salary was fiscal 23 was 117, and now it's 132. So I guess I'm wondering what went into that increase in qualifications. How did that come about?
Commissioner Zemmel was hired under the previous administration, but I know he can speak to his vast qualification.
So, thank you, Mayor. I actually was appointed, I believe, in April of last year, but I was brought in as a consultant by the previous administration initially, and served as a consultant for a number of months through my consulting practice. If asking about qualifications and differences, I have significant.
I'm just wondering why it went up, $50,000.
Part of that is for comparability with other communities, but the larger part is my experience and what I bring to the table. I have significantly broader experience where the previous commissioner was just a building commissioner. I have a PhD in public health, or a DRPH, doctorate in public health, with a focus on building codes. I serve on a number of international and national and regional code development committees. So I'm actively involved in writing the codes and interpreting the codes. I previously served as the chief building commissioner for the Commonwealth, the chief building official for the Commonwealth. So my experience is much more vast. I'm also on the faculty at Boston University in their city planning program, and I collaborate extensively with a number of departments that previous commissioners didn't necessarily collaborate with and stayed more within their silos. This administration is really working towards a holistic approach to city government and trying to break the silos of the past to get the different departments working together much more closely so that we can have better public policy.
Well, thank you for that, because, you know, an expert on codes in any realm, I worked for a company that had their own code person, you know, fire alarm codes, and it's extremely valuable and extremely hard to find. So now I understand fully. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, I just have one question about automobiles. Are the automobiles taken home at night?
No, they are not.
They are not. Okay.
And thank you for the question about automobiles, because as you see, I've been requesting for the last couple fiscal years, and Commissioner Barbadoro even before that, for updates to the automobiles, because the city, as you know, has a lot of challenges with roads. We have very hilly roads, and the vast majority of our automobiles for the department are about 13 years old right now. And there are a couple that are at their last breath. So we've been requesting this. It has been cut each year, but we're going to be at a point very soon where we're going to have to decide whether we're going to replace the automobile or transition towards what the collective bargaining agreement has for reimbursement for the inspectors to use their own automobiles.
Do the vehicles have GPS trackers in them, like the plow drivers? Just curious.
I do not know the answer to that. I don't believe so.
No, I don't believe so.
I yield the floor. Thank you.
Anyone else on building? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councilors.
So at this time, I'm going to ask that you flip to page 35 so we can discuss the Board of Health summary. For Board of Health personnel services, the total cost is $646,855. For health expenses, the cost is $33,552 for a total health cost of $680,407. Are there any questions regarding health line items?
Councilor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I see we have Director Curry here, and I remember from last year we have some state mandatory positions that can't be cut, correct? Some inspectors, sanitary-wise?
Yes, good evening, councilors. I believe two positions are mandated. It is the Department of Weights and Measures, Inspector of Weights and Measures, as well as the Food Inspector.
Weights and measures and food, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So the recycling coordinator, sanitary inspector, that's 100% general fund. That's on the table, or no? That's the one that can't be cut.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So there's a one here, recycling coordinator, sanitary inspector.
Right.
Is that state mandated?
That is not, no.
Thank you. And it's just the food and milk? Food and milk and weights and measures?
Food and milk and weights and measures.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all my other questions. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Anyone else on Health Department? Or at least on this segment of the Health Department. Councilor Green.
Can you just define what the MassCal 3 coordinator is?
Sure. The MassCal 3 coordinator is works very closely with the schools. That position is obligated to reduce usage in youth substance abuse, which is a tongue twister.
Okay, so that's a person that goes in and talks with the school children about substance abuse and
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, and is that a new position, or,
That was a position that was put in the budget last year.
okay, did it just fall in your lap, or was it a request from the school? How did we get to a point that we're funding almost a $77,000 employee?
That is actually 100% grant funded.
Okay,
And basically, the substance abuse coordinator sort of transitioned into working more with the homeless. So we needed to fulfill the Mass Call 3 requirements by instituting a new position where the ability to work with the schools was more of the duties of that job.
okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else? All right.
Next, we have the public health nurse on page 37. Personnel services are $81,416, with nursing supplies coming in at zero, for a total public health nurse cost of $81,416.
Questions? All right. All set?
We have rubbish collection and disposal for a total budget of $2,538,478. Any
Questions on this? Councilor Green.
Mr. Curry, can you just give an update of where we are with the landfill and reaching capacity at our current landfill?
The landfill is scheduled to open a new cell in January of 2026. It is now projected to have a lifetime capacity at 2032.
Okay, we've secured the parcel of property that was needed to give us that a little bit more longevity, correct?
Actually, no. We've been permitted to go horizontal, so it'll
Or vertical,
make it,
vertical expansion.
I'm sorry, vertical, correct word.
Okay, so
It's going higher.
okay, so we did not secure the land.
That is correct.
Are we still in talks and negotiation with that?
Yeah, but the folks involved are just plain not interested in even talking to us anymore, so it's dead at the
Okay.
moment.
So
We will continue to try.
right, and I applaud the effort, believe me. I know that it's been a long process and not easy. So you said 2030 or 2032?
32.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Brochman.
On that 32, isn't it based on what the state's going to decide down the road? I noticed that if you read the paper sometime, they closed different landfills because they didn't want it no more. There was still room for them to stay open, but they didn't want it.
Well, I think those may be some landfills that weren't operated properly or have some issues. I don't think that is applicable here. Projections are for example, our original projection was to close in 2017. And
Right.
we worked off that projection up until this present time. So, I mean, projections can be off, I agree, but I don't think that's applicable here, because what you're referring to is immediate closure.
All right. All right, that's all right. I yield the floor for now. I'll come and talk to you at your office.
Anyone else on rubbish collection and disposal? All set.
Next, we have the Veterans Department. So for personnel services, there's a budget of $145,137, with expenses of $10,878, and veterans benefits of $500,000, for a total for the department of $656,015.
Questions? Councilor Green.
It's not a question. It's a matter of praise and recognition for the work that our Veterans Agent and Veterans Department does for our community. We just got done celebrating a wonderful Memorial Day, and, your efforts are not unrecognized. And, like many of us sitting here, my colleagues, we are all either children of veterans or at least have a family member who at one point has been a veteran. So I just want to say that I appreciate all the effort that Michelle Marino puts in with everybody involved, with Friends of the Veterans Group, and we have a wonderful veterans agent and a wonderful citywide group of veterans that we still need to care for and take care of. So I applaud and appreciate all the effort that you do. Thank you. That's all I have.
Anyone else? All right.
Moving along to Council on Aging, there's personnel expenses of $204,507,000, with Council on Aging expenses of $23,000, and Senior Center building expenses of $57,000 for a total of $284,507.
Questions? Councillor Cragen.
I think just a, not procedural, but how do we, the maintenance of the senior center of the Armory building at 10 Wallace Avenue, how is that apportioned on this for expenses? Like, how are we dividing it between veterans and the senator? Well, the senator's office isn't there anymore, but the Council on Aging. How does that break down?
We do
utilities.
Yeah. Well, utilities, costs, maintenance, all of it. I guess I'm not seeing it.
I believe everything is covered through the Council on Aging budget. The director is here if she would like to speak further on that matter.
So all the building maintenance and utilities come out of the Council on Aging budget, but there are two other departments in the building.
Could you speak up? Can't hear.
Could you repeat that slightly louder for one of our councilors?
So all the utilities for the building for all the departments in the building are taken out of the Council on Aging budget.
Is that we've always done it that way?
I believe so.
Okay. For further consideration, I guess I'll talk to folks in their offices. Thank you.
I do have one question. I know we just recently discussed the kitchen coordinator is being funded out of the formula grant, correct? But this other increase, the $15,000 increase to the receptionist and principal clerk position, what is driving that increase?
Our receptionist retired back in February, and we've had a significant uptick in the amount of people that come through the senior center that participate in our programs and are calling the senior center looking for resources, and we're doing our best to link people to resources and answer all the phone calls and let all the people in. And I could really use a whole nother body at the senior center, but I realize that that's too big of an ask right now. So I asked if we could increase the responsibilities of the receptionist and increase her hours by 2.5, I think it ends up being, just to make her a full-time employee and give us a little more support in the office.
To add further context to that, the previous receptionist in that position was part-time work with benefits. So we shifted that to a full-time employment with benefits.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Fleming.
Is the uptake in phone calls just at certain times? Was this an issue with the last person in charge of the senior center?
I don't know what happened with the last person. I just know that our phones are ringing off the hook at times, and people are also needing to be let into the building, and there's people standing in the office that need attention. So, we only have so many hands and ears and mouths to take care of everybody that's coming in.
For how many years has the position been part-time?
Well, it started, the receptionist worked for the city for 10 years. When she started, she was 25 hours. And as time went on, her hours were increased when the program coordinator was cut back in, for COVID. They increased her hours more and also increased her responsibilities. So this is an attempt to just make this position whole.
I'll yield the floor.
All right, Councilor Green.
I would just like to say, Amanda, I appreciate the effort. I know what the uptick, what that looks like for your senior center, and you should be applauded for that, because we've got more seniors now than ever before utilizing the services, the resources, the space at the senior center. My concern is, like I had mentioned before, about the maintenance and upkeep on that building, that we need to be on it before it gets ahead of us, and then it's shut down, and then it serves nobody. So out of in red, all of the grants, the grant funding, and I see that you've got, sorry, I have to put the glasses on, $25,000 for the flat roof project. Is that, are we going to be able to take care of that?
That's an earmark that we're holding for that position, and we have reserved for municipal purposes funds that we will be coming to you for allocation very shortly.
Okay, and are we any closer to understanding what's happening with the masonry work that needs to be done on the front with the bricks up and over?
That's the main hit list. There's also 3 buttresses within the alleyway that have deteriorated over time that also need to be addressed, either at the same time or in a separate project.
Okay, thank you.
There are many needs with that building. But we are working to address the immediate structural needs and the needs that of potential brick falling potential, which are the hot button.
Right. Yeah, I know it's a concern. It's been a concern for a while, so I'm glad that we're at least addressing it and talking about it. And again, I appreciate how you care for our seniors. Oftentimes they don't feel that they're cared for, or they count, or that they matter. So I'm happy, and they've been taken care of. Now you're just seeing more of them that need more care and more taken care of. So I appreciate you and your staff there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield.
Councilor Boschman.
Amanda, you said there's an increase and that you have to spend a lot of time answering the phone and let people in. Why don't we go modern and say the members get a key? They get a key and they swipe the key and then they can come in.
A lot of our members have keys and they do come in. People that are at the senior center several times a week can let themselves in.
But not everybody. Not everybody that's a member.
No.
All right. Now, the other thing, I'm looking at the electricity. I know we house the homeless there at night when it's very, very cold. We must have to keep the lights on for the homeless at night when it's very, very cold. Am I right or wrong? Because your bill for cost for utilities is $25,000, heat $25,000, and electricity is $32,000.
So I'm sure the lights are off most of the time because they're sleeping when they're using the hall. But the Board of Health gives us a stipend for every month that they use the senior center. So I think that does a good job at paying for what they use. it's hard to say, like, to break it down into, like, when they stay overnight, like, how much does that actually cost? Like, in the wintertime, our Unitil bill is like $5,000. So it's like, how much of that are they generating? I don't know.
So my question to you, like all of us out there, we're all facing high utility costs. So a lot of people put down their heat during the nighttime. I know I do it. I apply my heat lower at night, and then we raise it during the day when actual people there. Do you guys do the exact same thing, lower the heat and raise it?
Well, that's a question for Mike Brown, but I wouldn't suggest that you lower the heat at night in the winter, Councilor Boschman. There's a good chance that your pipes could freeze if you know, overnight. So that's one thing is, like, you kind of got to keep the building heated in order to keep the plumbing that you have. And I believe that the homeless people are very grateful to have shelter from the outdoors, because it's very, very, very cold when they do use the senior center. So the heat might be on at like 64 or 68 or something like that. It's not like it's not 72 degrees in there.
I understand that, but that's a big building. Remember that. Number one, that's a big building. Number
Yeah,
two,
but they stay in the hall, and like we shut the doors, so like that's, it's contained. It's not the oil that's heating the rest of the building. It's the gas.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's more efficient where they're staying.
And to let you know, if you turn the heat down, but you keep it above 32, the heat, it doesn't freeze the pipes. As long as you got heat and it maintains the heat in there, it won't freeze the pipes. I just want the chair to know.
Okay.
I just want you to know, because I know you didn't know that. So. But, I get no problem with taking the homeless in. Don't get me wrong. I'm not finding fault with the homeless. We're all one step away from it. But I was just wondering, high cost for your utilities is high. I call it high. Not blaming you. I understand. I'm elderly now, and I find these lights very hard to adjust my eyes to. So, but anyway, all right. That's my question. That's all. I just wanted to know about why we didn't have a key. If you become a member, you should have a key. Just like you join the YMCA, you have a key.
Those keys cost money too, Councilor Boschman.
Huh?
Those keys cost money too. So I like to give them to the people that come multiple times a week, and the people that I know, and the faces that I learn, and those are the people that come and go as they need to. But it's also good to see when new people come in, they're ringing the bell, we get to see their face, they come into the office, and we get to know them, we take their information, we make them into members, and get them familiar with, the newsletter and what we offer and all that stuff. So although it's a little off-putting and not so welcoming, it ends up, there's positive sides to letting people in and seeing their faces.
Sounds like Councilor Boschman needs some firsthand experience at the Fitchburg Senior Center. All right, a couple days a
I go down there
week.
quite a bit.
You're not yet a member.
Can do some pickleball.
I know there's a pickleball.
We'll get you a key.
But my other question is, she says the membership's up. Not that I'm calling you a liar. I want to make that very clear.
No.
I'm calling you a liar.
Right.
I find it very hard when you tell me that the membership is up. There's more people coming in there when you can't find a parking space.
Well, it's...
I have the new members list right here.
Yeah.
In 2022, there were 95 new members. 2023, 146 new members. In 2024, 237.
Oh my God.
So we are seeing a good increase.
I understand that. I can become a member and never show up. Remember that, too.
That's also true.
Yeah.
That's also true, but a lot of people take the MART ban and they get dropped off. So
I'm sorry, to that point, we have active memberships as well. The active memberships have increased from 2023 to 533 to 680 active members.
Thank you, Mayor.
I was thinking about Johnny being a member.
All right. So, back to the budget.
Sorry.
All right, I yield the floor, sir. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Amanda.
Councilor
Thank you. So this is regarding, I know you have a custodian that takes care of the inside? I'm not exactly sure what it entails, but who takes care of, let's say, the grounds outside, or if there's a plumbing issue? Who takes care of that? You hire somebody, or volunteers?
If my building maintenance person can handle the job, he will, and he does. And if I have to call somebody, I call somebody. Oftentimes, I talk to Alex in the mayor's office, and I ask him who he thinks I should call to get this thing fixed. Or
Okay, so you have professionals that you would call. There's nobody volunteering their time to do that.
Oh, no. Yeah.
It's always someone that you would have to call and make an appointment to have them come see.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
All right, anyone else on Council on Aging? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe our last department for personnel services of $1,908,840. We have library office for a budget item of $4,700. There's library supplies in a total of $175,500. And library maintenance for a total of $173,649, for a library budget total of $1,363,689.
Questions on the library? Councilor Brochman.
On the maintenance, I thought we were renting that place.
There are maintenance fees associated with renting that space.
It's a triple net.
Good evening. Sorry, what was the question?
I thought we had, you're renting, am I correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so we have to pay maintenance fee, they don't fix it?
That's correct. There is a monthly common area maintenance fee developed by the Fitchburg Redevelopment Authority that covers all of the common area maintenance.
All your common areas?
Mm-hmm.
How many common areas do you have? When I went in there, I only walked through one door.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, but I didn't make the lease. We do have an entire shared parking lot, which is pretty integral to our operation, so I'll give them that.
I thought that would fall right into the category that I want to rent my building and I'll maintain the parking lot. I don't know. All right. I own property. That's why I say I'm missing something here. That's why I asked this question.
Come by my office and I'll show you the invoice.
All right. My final question: who does your shoveling the snow on your sidewalk? That if you get, are you subcontracting that out too?
Actually, our CAM charges cover that. So, our CAM, our common area maintenance charges cover the shoveling. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
When we go back to 610 Main Street, that'll be our responsibility.
Okay. All right. I appreciate
Or
that.
perhaps something to do with the DPW that predates me. I'm not sure.
All right. I appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the library? All right. Thank you very much. That concludes our agenda for this evening. Thank you very much to the Mayor and Finance team for the presentations and for all the department heads for sticking with us through this evening.
Motion to adjourn.
Let's do it again tomorrow.
No, this was the first half of just...
Motion to adjourn?
I have a motion and second to adjourn. Hearing no objection, we are adjourned.